Chapter 1190. Within the South Snake Sea realm of the East Sea, the dark clouds gradually began to dissipate. Mythological beast Basya heaved a forlorn sigh. Sigh. I thought the ancestral land was going to fall. The evil dragons sure are daring. Even I was screwed over by them. I wonder who it was that saved the ancestral land. I have to thank him. One figure after another began to appear in front of the azure dragon statue. What an intense battle. 20 of the dragon court of the eastern seas went in, but only 12 came back. That's a record high casualty rate. However, that's not too bad. If the ancestral land had been destroyed and all of the powerful beings of the two tribes had perished, then the western dragon forest would have been severely wounded, and the dragon court of the eastern seas would have been completely screwed. Mythological beast Ba Xia's expression suddenly shifted. This, the outsider who caused the upheaval in heaven and earth, was also here, in front of the azure dragon statue. Phew! So this is the Tai Chu continent? Xiao too narrowed his eyes as he breathed in and out with elation. This really is a world full of vitality and infinite possibilities. I like it here. Boom! There was a sudden roar. A turtle with a dragon head and a turtle body that was only the size of a human descended from the sky. All of the dragon tribe, cultivators, extended respectful salutes at the sight of this turtle. This was none other than mythological beast Ba Xia's clone. Ba Xia didn't look at the dragon court of the eastern seas. Instead, he turned to Xiao. Tuesday, you're a primordial dragon tribe cultivator? That's right. Xiao too admitted before introducing himself. I am a dragon tribe cultivator from the Xiao family of the ancient Dragon Mountain ranges. My name is Xiao. Tuesday, Ba Xia's expression eased slightly. All right, tell me what happened in there. No one dared to be negligent, and they recounted everything that had happened inside in full detail. Aoe Niu and the other dragon tribe cultivators who hadn't entered the ancestral land all gathered around with curious expressions. These things were not secrets to begin with. The western dragon forest mighty figures definitely wouldn't keep it a secret. Even he was astonished upon hearing that the ancient dragon empress had used a certain flaw in the heavenly Tao to forcibly open up a passageway to the evil dragons. When it heard that Enlin had mended the heavens with a single sword strike and cut down the world's level, it was so shocked that it almost couldn't maintain its clone. Aoe Niu was completely dumbfounded as she stared at the man in front of her. She couldn't believe that all of this was done by him, and her outlook on cultivation was refreshed once again. Mythological beast Ba Xia's golden eyes darted around as he appraised Enlin, and the shock on his face did not diminish in the slightest. In the end, his gaze settled on the evil slaying sword on Enlin's back. Can I see your sword spirit? Ba Xia asked, and Lin was stunned. Before he could speak, a cold and indifferent voice suddenly came from behind him. Evil slaying sword, F***CK off. And Lin, Ba Xia, all the dragons were shocked. This was Ba Xia, a mythological beast of the Tao integration stage. Wasn't this sword just asking to be killed? Huffed. Ao Xiao burst into laughter upon seeing this. She recalled what had happened to Ba Xia, and she had to admit that she was in the same boat as Ba Xia, and Lin almost threw up a mouthful of blood. Little Xia, can't you just talk like a normal person? Ba Xia had never thought that it would be insulted like this, and it was a little dazed. Xiao too immediately tried to mediate the situation. This evil-slaying sword has quite a personality, so please don't take it to heart, Senior Ba Xia. We've all been insulted by her before, and Enlin has even been slashed by her. Only then did Ba Xia come to its senses, and its turtle shell shuddered violently. It actually had an extremely violent temper, but it still forced itself to calm down. All right, this incident has a very serious impact on the dragon tribe. I still have things to do, so you guys can go back now. It was quite clear that Ba Xia was telling them to leave. Everyone left Basia's divine mountain in a very sensible manner. Prior to their departure, many of the dragon tribe cultivators expressed their gratitude to Enlin and Su Xiaolan again. The relationship between the 4-9 Immortal sect and the dragon court of the Eastern Seas had been eased after the battle in the ancient Tai Chu realm. Ao Meng didn't say anything about the actions of his juniors. In reality, they were already very thankful that Enlin and the others didn't want to pursue the matter any further. They were just worried that he would go underwater and wreak havoc in the dragon court again. Ao Meng, Lu Jinhai, and the others invited Long Outyin to join the dragon court again, and they even offered very enticing conditions, only for Long Outyin to turn them down in a resolute manner. All of the dragon tribe cultivators almost threw up mouthfuls of blood upon hearing this. So the dragon court was being poached by the 4-9 Immortal sect again? Why did he say again? Long Outyin was initially hesitant, but after seeing Enlin mend the sky and Xiao to join the dragon court, he no longer had any reservations and made his final decision. All of the powerful beings from the dragon court of the Eastern Seas suddenly realized something, and that was that the 4-9 Immortal sect was becoming more and more powerful, and the dragon court of the Eastern Seas was no longer a force to contend with. Let's go. A hint of grief appeared on Ao Meng's face as he transformed into a black dragon and dove into the ocean. One giant dragon after another followed, closely behind him, creating an extremely spectacular sight to behold. They had lost many brothers and sisters, as well as powerful beings from the Divine Guardian Squad during this battle, so they had to rest and recuperate, and Lin led everyone back to the 4-9 Immortal sect. Bai Ling had already received news that sect leader Enlin had successfully completed his mission and was on his way back to the sect, so she immediately gathered all of the pavilion lords, elders, and disciples to welcome him back. Furthermore, the sect leader had personally gone to the dragon court to borrow money, so it was a must to welcome him back. Outside the gate of the 4-9 Immortal sect, Bai Ling, Lu Qianhuan, Tang Shimin, and the others had all gathered. Core disciples Yi Ling, Bai Lian, Cheng Yingxiong, Zhou Yu, Ding Xiang, and the others were all present. Not long after that, the white-robed sect leader stepped onto a black brick and appeared in their field of vision. Beside him was a group of entourage members. Welcome back, sect leader. Sect leader has attained the Tao of heaven and earth, and you have attained the pinnacle of wisdom and martial arts. May your divine glory last for 10,000 years. All of the sect's core disciples yelled in unison, and Lin was astonished. Su Xiaolan, Xiao Zhe, Tina, and Bryce were all astonished. Xiao, Tu, and Long Outyin were just about to experience the atmosphere of the 4-9 Immortal sect when they also drew a sharp intake of breath. Did I join some kind of evil cult? Xiao Tu was astonished. You don't know **T. This welcome speech is fantastic. It's filled with pride and awe. I love it. Long Outyin had a different perspective, and he was extremely excited. And Lin landed in front of all of the welcoming members before turning to look at Bai Ling, who wore a warm smile on her face. This welcome speech of yours is filled with delusions of grandeur. Do you like it? Bai Ling asked with a warm smile. It's fantastic, and Lin gave her a thumbs up. Su Xiaolan, all of the disciples were waiting for their sect leader to object. But who would have thought that Enlin would be like this? Chapter 1191. Big Brother N. How's your money-borrowing mission going, woof? Dabai made his way over to Enlin with a wide grin on his face. Fortunately, I didn't disappoint you. These 12 million spirit stones are the sect's funds. And Lin tossed a storage ring to Dabai. The sect's 100 million has been successfully prepared. We can repair the Starfire battleship now. Leave it to me. A faint smile appeared on Bai Ling's face. Repairing is quite fun, and it can help me revise my past knowledge. And Lin's mouth twitched as he worriedly said, You have to be careful. There's only one battleship. Don't break it. By the way, and Lin, who are the two uncles with dragon horns behind you? Were they also borrowed from the dragon court? Lu Qianhuan pointed at the two men behind Enlin as she asked curiously. Haha, allow me to make a formal introduction. This muscular man is Long Out Yen, and he is a mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle stage. He is the former leader of the Divine Guardian Squad of the Dragon Court of the Eastern Seas, and a follower of the voice of the Heavenly Dragon. He is now an honorary elder of the 4-9 Immortal Sect. Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Before they could catch their breath, an even more shocking piece of news came again. This is a benevolent-looking, middle-aged man named Shao Tuesday. He's a primordial dragon tribe mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle stage, and he's my new disciple. When everyone heard this, they were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. He was only there to borrow money, so why did he take in a disciple? Furthermore, this was a primordial dragon tribe mighty figure at the return to Void Pinnacle stage. What an eye-opener! As expected, the 4-9 Immortal Sect is full of surprises. I feel like my outlook on cultivation is refreshing every day. Lord Sect Leader is mighty. Everyone in the sect was in a heated discussion. At this time, Enlin called over a little girl who looked like she was carved from jade. Come, come over quickly. Come and welcome your junior brother. Enlin turned to Shao Tuesday. This is your senior sister, Yiling Shao Tu. Everyone, hello, junior brother. My name is Yiling. Yiling spoke in a crisp voice. Her eyes were blinking, and her face was a little flushed. She was clearly nervous and shy. Shao Tu's expression froze as his lips trembled. The word junior brother kept reverberating in his mind, pounding against his nerves. No. Why is this happening? I refuse to accept this. Shao Tu suddenly clasped his hands over his head as he yelled with a broken expression. The disciples and pavilion masters were shocked again. Our immortal sect truly has many wonders. An 8-year-old senior apprentice sister and a several 100,000-year-old junior apprentice brother. Is this the most adorable difference in age? I just want to be shocked right now. Sect leader Enlin is indeed incredible. At this moment, I don't know what words to use to express my complicated feelings at this moment. I don't know how complicated your emotions are, but I'm sure they're not as complicated as Brother Shao Tu. Everyone looked at the man in front of them with a mixture of amusement and sympathy. Only the beautiful dragon princess, Bei Lian, could empathize with him. She had been trampled on by seniority in this sect many times already, and now there was finally a dragon tribe mighty figure who was in a worse state than her. She was both sympathetic and comforted at the same time, as if she were no longer alone. This was a reality that couldn't be changed. In the cultivation world, there was a hierarchy of cultivation bases and ages. In order to avoid chaos, the seniority in a sect was determined by the order in which one entered the sect. Yiling and Shao Tu were both disciples of the sect leader, so they were of equal status. However, Yiling had become his disciple first, so Yiling was his senior sister. This was an ironclad rule that generally wouldn't change. Yiling was given a fright by Shao Tu's sudden breakdown, and she stumbled back a few steps with a pale face as she gripped tightly onto the hem of Enlin's robe with her tiny hands. Enlin was enraged. You filthy disciple! What the hell are you yelling for? You're scaring your senior sister. Shao Tu finally calmed down. I'm sorry, what are you talking about? Don't put on a conflicted and disdainful expression. Where are you going to find such a delicate and adorable senior sister? And Lin began to scold his immature disciple. She's so petite and adorable. What are you dissatisfied with? She's not petite, she's really petite. Shao Tu was on the brink of tears, and Lin's brows furrowed. What, are you looking down on me? Yiling is hundreds of thousands of years younger than you. Yet you don't want to acknowledge her as your senior sister? I'm also hundreds of thousands of years younger than you. Are you not even going to acknowledge me as your master? Xiao Tu's body shuddered, and he immediately lowered his head in apology. I wouldn't dare. And Lin's voice trailed off. Xiao Tu immediately understood what Lin was implying, and he turned to the trembling little girl before forcing a smile onto his face. Moss, senior sister, please accept my apologies if I offended you just then. It's all right. Yi Ling immediately shook her head to express her forgiveness. You're a promising student. And Lin clasped his hands behind his back and nodded with satisfaction. Let's go. I'll show you around the new sect. And Lin led the way and led Long Ao Tian and Xiao Tu into the 4-9 Immortal sect. All of the disciples had their eyes fixed on Lin's back, and it was as if his entire body was glowing. The next day, the 4-9 Immortal sect held a grand welcoming ceremony. All of the sect's core disciples, pavilion lords, and elders gathered. Even Lin Junjun, who was in the celestial court, came to welcome the 2 new members of the big family. One of them was the renowned Long Ao Yen, while the other was the primordial dragon tribe mighty figure, Xiao Tuesday. Both of them were revered no matter where they went. However, in the 4-9 Immortal sect, everyone was having a great time and referred to one another as brothers. There was no estrangement due to cultivation bases or age differences, and the atmosphere was very good. The night sky was filled with dazzling stars, and the bright moon hung high in the sky. The 4-9 Immortal sect's celebratory banquet had begun. This was a party unique to the 4-9 Immortal sect. During the banquet, everyone could drink immortal wine and eat all sorts of exotic fruits. There was even a top-rate cultivation method raffle, and the lucky disciples had a chance to draw a return to void stage, cultivation method, or above. The atmosphere was extremely lively, and it was a sea of joy. The sect leader, Lin, even cooked in person and showcased his frying pan cooking skills. Xiao, Tu, and Long Ao Yen were completely stunned by this feast. This is the most delicious dish I've eaten in tens of thousands of years. Long Ao Yen praised in a loud voice. This is the most delicious dish I've eaten in hundreds of thousands of years. Xiao Tu's praise was even more convincing. This is the most meaningful compliment I've ever heard in several hundred years. Lin Junjun supported her chin with a dainty smile. Everyone had unwittingly revealed their true age. Tang Shimin seemed to have some ulterior motive as he downed Xian Yuan Cheng's immortal wine like crazy. Just as we're working hard to progress to the return to void stage, and Lin has already become the master of 2 return to void final stage primordial dragon tribe cultivators. Cheers! Tang Shimin raised his cup and downed it. Just as I'm still working hard to progress to the soul formation intermediate stage, classmate Xiaolan has already progressed to the return to void stage. Cheers! Xianyuan Cheng also wanted to get drunk tonight, so he downed his cup in one go. Classmate Xiaolan is so awesome. She will definitely go down in the history of the school. After all, she's the first peerless prodigy to break through to the return to void stage while still in school. So I'm going to make her my goal. Cheers! Su Qianyin also raised her wine glass high and drained it in one go as an intoxicating blush appeared on her delicate cheeks. And Lin made his way over to his classmates and friends before raising his cup with a smug expression. The first place record has been taken by Xiaolan. I'm going to be the second exceptional prodigy to progress to the return to void stage while still in the school. Cheers! Chapter 1192. In the end, Lin even distributed spirit fruits to all of the core disciples of the sect. This was a super benefit that brought the party to a new climax. Ah! A wisp of smoke escaped from Lin's mouth, and he moaned lightly like a young man who had just had an orgasm. Are you using your domain to make wine for me? I'm doing both Dao integration stage and Dao integration stage, so you don't have to worry about that. Su Qianyin replied with a carefree expression. Su Qianyin seemed to have had a little too much to drink, and she began to ramble on about Chang, Yi's power and how Yi's victory was assured. And Lin didn't even know whether he should interrupt her or not. Su Qianyun smiled. If that red moon really could explode, would the emperors of the celestial court not intervene? The red moon is only a projection of that mysterious mighty figure's divine Tao. After all, the moon is unique, so if the red moon could explode, then it would mean that big sister Chang'e had failed. However, Xiao Tu told Enlin that he was going to leave the 4-9 immortal sect. Su Qianyun, your immortal brew is very pleasing to the taste. It makes me want to drink more, and Lin commented from the bottom of his heart. Boom! And Lin nodded with a hint of disappointment on his face. But was Big Brother Cheng's wine really okay? As soon as he said that, the surrounding people couldn't help but perk up their ears. Classmate Enlin, let me offer you a toast to thank you for your contributions to the sect. Xinyuan Cheng raised his cup again and poured 2 cups of immortal wine. Cold sweat began to pour down Enlin's forehead. The joyous sect party continued, and Enlin tasted Su Xiaolan's holy flame immortal brew, upon which his entire body warmed up. He also tasted Lu Qianhuan's magical immortal brew, upon which his taste buds were stimulated by the magical flavor, and the taste was quite unique. It was a pity that Su Xiaolan would shoot him down if he really tried the Run Moon, so he decided not to. Of course, he even sampled Tang Shimin's ordinary immortal brew. Upon seeing this, Su Qianyun followed suit. Her slender hands flipped over 2 wine cups, and after pouring the immortal brew into them, she waved her hand toward the bright moon in the sky. Countless rays of moonlight fused into the immortal brew. Yes, the 2 fishes were becoming more and more like nuclear warheads, one black and one white, extremely harmonious. And Lin gave a thumbs up. Wonderful. All the essence blended into his body like an explosion, causing Enlin to tremble uncontrollably. A wonderful feeling of reaching a climax swept through his whole body. Su Qianyun blushed slightly and said in a soft voice, "If you want to drink in the future, just tell me. I can still mix drinks for you." Big Sister Chang, he has been stuck at the return to Void Pinnacle stage for so long because she wants to walk a unique Tao of the moon. It's not the ordinary way of using the power of the moon, but she wants to become a moon that is unique in this world. Naturally, everyone drank without any qualms. Tao integration stage? Can't everyone find their own Tao? Why do they have to fight? Even if both of them walk the Tao of the moon, there's no need to fight to the death, right? And Lin was a little confused. And Lin's lips twitched, but he still chose to toast Xinyuan Cheng in the end. He was feeling quite nervous. Was Chang'e going to be so casual? He felt like he had to help Chang'e, so he turned to look at the red moon in the sky. Can't we just go to the red moon and blow it up? With such a large target there, we can definitely disrupt their spell casting. That night, everyone in the sect was released and had a good time for the entire night. Big Sister Chang, he has only mentioned this to me once. She told me that someone is going to engage in a Tao integration stage battle with her, and that the 2 of them are currently engaged in a battle, Su Qianyun said. Don't worry. Do you think Big Sister Chang, he has been idling around in the Moon Palace all these years? She's the most powerful cultivator in the world in terms of preparation and observation of the Tao of the moon. So how could she possibly lose? Su Qianyun was extremely confident, and she poured a torrent of milk into Chang'e's mouth. All of the immortal wine exploded in her stomach. Classmate Enlin, this is a toast to you. Su Qianyun placed the cup of wine in front of Enlin, and her dreamy blue eyes stared at Enlin with a faint smile. Her smile was especially captivating under the moonlight. This wine looks so good, it must be delicious. And Lin accepted the cup with anticipation, clinked his cup with the celestial maiden under the moonlight, and downed the wine in one gulp. The moon had appeared a few days ago, and there were all kinds of speculations and rumors, but none of them were definitive. And Lin had only just returned from the East Sea, so he didn't have time to investigate. As such, he could only ask Su Qianyan, who was on very good terms with Chang. By the way, Su Qianyan. And Lin pointed at the 2 moons in the sky, one white and one red, and asked, "Do you know what's going on with those 2 moons?" And Lin understood what Lin was implying, and he exclaimed in shock, "What a wild ambition! She wants to become a god." This cup of wine was warm and refreshing, just like Su Qianyan's style. The big brother Cheng immortal wine flowed into his stomach, and it tasted extraordinarily good. After the energy dissipated, Xianyuan Cheng handed one of the 2 cups of wine to Enlin. A refreshing and natural smile appeared on his handsome face. "Come, if you're my brother, drink this." The rich power of the moon nourished his entire body, making him feel as if he were about to ascend to the moon like Enlin. This is related to the uniqueness of the Tao integration stage. Su Qianyan counted off 2 fingers. There is only 1 sun and 1 moon in this world. This is the unchanging uniqueness of the world. Even Long Out Yin and Xiao, too, were having a very good time, and Lin was astonished. Isn't Chang battling the red moon in the Tao integration stage? Why is she still refining pills for me? CK it. I'm not afraid of bombs if you're my brother. And Lin raised his cup in invitation, and Xianyuan Cheng, Tang Shimin, and Su Qianyan all down their cups. However, the next morning, "By the way, big sister Chang, told me about your divine pill a few days ago. She has already reached 70% progress in refining that divine pill, and she told you not to worry. She'll be able to complete the pill in 3 months, Su Qianyan continued. This was a feeling of harmony between all living beings and all living beings. This method of mixing wine was rather common in the immortal dimension. Immortals could fuse their personal style of comprehending the Tao into the wine. You drink my wine, I drink yours. While everyone drank and chatted merrily, they could also comprehend each other's Tao. It was simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Xianyuan Cheng chortled with glee. The end of all living beings is destruction. After destruction, all living beings can be born. Classmate Lin, what do you think of my immortal brew? It looks like that red moon is trying to replace the only existence between heaven and earth. At the end of the battle, the world will either be that white moon or that red moon. Will Chang be all right? And Lin was a little concerned. And Lin accepted the wine with an expression of shock on his face, not from flattery, but from trepidation. The immortal brew was extremely delicious, and he was surrounded by friends that he could trust. Not only that, but he also waved a hand, and the Tai Chi fish appeared within the translucent immortal brew. No, it was the Tai Chi twin nuclear warheads. And Lin. Pristine white moonlight rippled within the immortal brew, creating an extremely beautiful sight. Chapter 1193. All of a sudden, the pill pounced toward the woman by the window. Yu Tu glared at Lin with tears streaming down her face. Su clearly won the bet. What does that have to do with you? Why are you even more cocky than the person who won the bet? What else can I do? Xiao Tu countered. Oh, hey, isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Is she scared to tears by how fast I earn money? Is that necessary? And Lin was also astonished upon seeing this. Just thinking about it was extremely thrilling, and Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Serves you right. How could this be? 100 million already? Su Qianyan stared blankly at Lin with a blank expression. Big Sister Chang, Yi's pill refinement room is on the top floor. We have to conceal our auras and try not to emit energy fluctuations in case we disrupt her pill refinement, Su Qianyan said in a quiet voice. And Lin's lips twitched. So your Tao of indestructibility is manifested through resurrection techniques. And Lin and Su Qianyan pushed open the door and were greeted by the sight of a slender figure standing by the window. And Lin was speechless. The restrictions on the door didn't stop the 2 of them. Not only was there a difference in age, but there was also a difference in cultivation base. Su Qianyun held a very high status in the Moon Palace. She was able to take Lin past the men and dog sign and into the Moon Palace. And Lin, prepare for the resurrection point. You can do that. And Lin's expression darkened. I'm here to deliver the money. 100 million. My divine pill. And Lin's expression darkened. This is AF * King Endless Loop. Xiaolan had just progressed to the return to void stage, so she had to return to the Vermilion Bird sect to refine her body and soul with the holy vermilion flame. Clang! My God, idiot, and why are you here as well? U2's ruby-like eyes widened in shock, and Lin was quite excited to hear this. Do you need my help with anything? Paji! A palm imbued with the boundless power of the moon slammed towards the pill, and the pill was blasted into the restriction array, causing the array to tremble. And Lin nodded and waved goodbye to his new disciple. Could it be? She seemed to have thought of something as she lowered her head and blushed. They passed through the teleportation formation and arrived at the Moon Palace, which was surrounded by stars. That's good. Everything went well. U2 murmured in disbelief. And Lin thought for a while and decided to go to the Lunar Palace first to settle the bill for the divine pills. And Lin was quite pleased with himself as he stroked U2's head. I'm so powerful, so isn't it normal for me to earn 100 million a year? Look at how shocked you are. Can't you grow up a little? Yi Ling was of the 5th stage Dao body, while Xiao Tu was of the Dao integration stage. I can't help it. I've already gotten used to it. After coming to this vibrant world, my Dao realm has improved along with my mental state, and I'll have to prepare for the Dao integration stage soon. Xiao Tu smiled. Can't you just stay at the sect? Where are you going? And Lin was a little surprised to hear this. Xiao Tu shook his head. Not for now. I'll tell Master if I need any help. For now, I have to go somewhere else and prepare a few resurrection points. I'm feeling a little uneasy and insecure. Could this be the divine pill I wanted, the rainbow divine Dao pill? U2's hand loosened, and her jade pestle tumbled to the ground. So it's the young palace leader. Welcome, young palace leader. One was a senior sister, while the other was a junior brother. Su Qianyun, do you want to come to the Moon Palace with me? And Lin invited. U2's body shuddered as tears welled up in her eyes. The 4-9 Immortal Sect was back on the right track. And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath in fright, and his heart throbbed with pain. Xiao Tu's expression became serious. I'm cultivating in the Tao of indestructibility. If I don't set up a few resurrection points, how am I supposed to proclaim to the world that I'm indestructible? Why do you want me to come with you? She's making a bet with me that you can't raise 100 million in a year. I bet that you can, but she'd bet that you can't. Su Qianyun chuckled. And now, Xiao Yu is going to lose an immortal pill to me. Chang, he made her move with an impatient expression. I'm afraid that I won't understand Chang Yi's words. It'll be more convenient if you come with me. And Lin clasped a hand over his face. Hey, Su Qianyun, are you here to play with me? A rabbit that was about half the height of a grown man hopped over with a pestle in her hand, and she immediately slammed on the brakes as soon as she caught sight of Lin. And Lin shrugged. I don't know. I just feel good. Ah, it's him. A group of pale refinement fairies in white Taoist robes chattered among themselves in hushed or loud voices, and all of them welcomed Su Qianyun's arrival with smiles on their faces as they approached. She began to repair the Starfire battleship. All right, let's go, and Lin said with an elated expression. Xiao Tu wore a disconsolate expression. I'm a dragon that dies very easily. If I don't have a way to revive myself, I'll feel very uneasy, so I'll want to create a few more revival methods. Once I have a revival method, I like to wander around, and if I do, I'll die easily. If I die easily, then I won't have a revival method. If I don't have a revival method, then I'll feel very uneasy, so I'll want to create a few more revival methods. After creating a few more revival methods, I like to wander around again. Xiao, too, chuckled a little sheepishly. I've come to a new world, so I'll feel very uneasy. I have to prepare a few revival points so that I can wander around. But isn't it a bit of a hassle for us to go and see her? And Lin couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, I've already told her in advance. Su Qianyan patted her chest with a confident expression. Don't say that. He's in Lin. He's been here before. Huh. Su Qianyan's eyes flashed, and her mouth gaped open. Wow, you brought a man back. Aren't you afraid that Chang Yi will beat him to a pulp? And Lin patted Xiao Yu's head with the air of a victor. That's why I told you not to underestimate me in the future. 100 million is a promise, and I, and Lin, am a man of my word. After a night of revelry, was the 4-9 Immortal sect finally going to welcome a Tao integration stage super mighty figure? And it was his disciple, no less. So that's what you're talking about? Su Qianyan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sure, I also want to go to the Moon Palace and have a chat with Xiao Yu. Her white dress danced in the gentle breeze like a lotus flower blooming on a frosty night, and she rested her slender hand on the windowsill, as if she were looking out at the crimson moon in the distance. Thus, the two of them traveled to the celestial court together. Chang Yi was competing with others for the Tao integration stage while refining pills for him, and Chang Yi was the one paying for the pill refinement. This was way too embarrassing. Thus, he decided to complete this task first. The celestial court had a teleportation spell formation that could teleport them to the moon. He grabbed Su Qianyun's little hand as he spoke, and Lu Yu too stood off to the side with a dumbfounded expression. And Lin speculated in his heart upon seeing this. And Lin pointed at Su Qianyan. I need your royal interpreter. A pill that was glowing with a colorful divine light was flying around the woman like an ADHD fairy. Chapter 1194. The pill that had been slammed into the restriction seemed to be a little dazed as it swayed unsteadily from side to side. After catching its breath, it pounced toward Chang Yi again. Splat! Boom! The pill crashed into the restriction again. This divine pill really looks like you. A voice suddenly sounded beside his ear, and Lin was given a fright, and he turned to discover that it was Yu Tuesday. He was perplexed. Why are you here? Yu too puffed out her cheeks and waved her jade pestle through the air. Words alone are no proof. I want to see you hand over 100 million spirit stones with my own eyes. There's no need for 100 million. A soft and gentle voice that was extremely pleasant to the ears rang out. Chang Yi turned around with a smile. And Lin has already paid a deposit of 5 million spirit stones, so he only needs to make up for the 95 million spirit stones. A faint smile appeared on the woman's face as she stared at Lin with her clear eyes. The corners of her lips curled up into a smile that was as beautiful as a crescent moon. And Lin's heart rate accelerated involuntarily in the face of her gaze. Ahem, here's all the money I have. He quickly calmed himself before releasing close to 10,000 vital stones from his storage ring. Boom! The ground trembled slightly, and a small mountain of primordial stones appeared. So many! Yu Tu's eyes widened, and her pristine white body swayed slightly as she collapsed to the ground with a defeated expression. She knew that she had really lost. Chang Yi was even more amused by Yu Tu's reaction. She waved a sleeve through the air, and the small mountain of vital stones was stowed away into her storage ring. And Lin, I didn't think that you would be able to gather 100 million spirit stones in a year. I'm starting to see you in a different light. Chang Yi appraised Lin with a smile on her face. I risked my life for this. And Lin sighed with emotion as he recalled the events of the past year. Southern Heavenly Wing Nation, West Sea Tomb, ancient Tai Chu Dragon Realm, many things had happened in this year. But since I've made a promise, even if I have to risk my life, I have no regrets. And Lin spoke in a sonorous and forceful tone. This time Chang-Yi's words were easy to understand, and she seemed to be in a good mood, and Lin didn't dare to act cool, so he just spoke from the bottom of his heart. At this time, the elixir that was emitting divine light once again pounced towards Chang'e. Paji! Chang-Yi mercilessly slapped the pill again, and the pill was once again slapped by a huge force, crashing into the barrier. It swayed a little dizzily. This is the Rainbow Divine Tao pill that I'm currently refining for you. It's already over 70% complete, so please wait patiently for a while longer, Chang'e said with a smile. And Lin sucked in a breath of cold air. It really is my divine pill? His heart throbbed with pain as he looked at the divine pill being slapped mercilessly. Is it really okay to hit it like this? Of course it's okay. This is one of the necessary procedures. Faint moonlight shimmered over Chang-Yi's slender palm as she spoke in a gentle voice. Only a divine pill that can be infused with Tao intent through repeated refinement can it be considered a true divine pill. And Lin understood. Spare the rod and spoil the child. By the way, you're going to be able to fight that red moon, right? And Lin asked, Are you worried about me? Chang-Yi looked at Lin with a glint in her eyes. Of course. We're friends, so I'm more than happy to help you if it's within my power, and Lin replied with a solemn expression. Chang-Yi pursed her lips into a smile. If an outsider interferes in a battle of the Tao integration stage, it could very well backfire. I appreciate your kindness, but I'll let you know when I need your help. Here, this is the laurel tea I just brewed. Have a few cups before you leave. Chang-Yi sat on a chair and brewed tea herself. Her hands moved like flowing water, and her graceful bearing was like a beautiful painting. And Lin was a little overwhelmed by the unexpected favor. Chang-Yi's attitude was really too good. It was completely different from her cold demeanor in the past. Susu, is it really okay for Chang-Yi to be like this? And Lin was feeling very uneasy right now, and he transmitted his voice to Su Xiaoshou. Big Sister Chang-Yi became a lot gentler after the red moon appeared. Perhaps she's very happy because she's approaching the Tao integration stage. Don't worry, there's definitely no problem, Su Qianyan consoled. And Lin, this consolation was really unsettling. Su Qianyan, Xiaoyu, come over too. He called out to them in a gentle voice. Her smile was as tranquil and beautiful as the autumn moon, making one feel a sense of closeness. The 3 humans and 1 rabbit gathered together to drink tea and discuss Tao. They didn't talk about anything serious. This was just a casual conversation between friends. They mainly talked about some interesting news on the Taichu continent, such as the appearance of 2 suns in the sky over the southern Heavenly Wing Nation, the battle between the Snow Maidens of the opposite shore realm and the Ghost Tribe, as well as the establishment of the West Sea Alliance by the Spirit Fish Clan and the Heavenly Turtle Tribe. And Lin didn't know about all of this, but now that he thought about it, it seemed like all of the major events that had taken place on the Taichu continent recently had something to do with Lin. During the past 2 days, the news that the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect, Lin, was able to mend the heavens had shaken the entire continent. There were many different versions of the legend of Lin mending the heavens. However, there was no reliable version. The 2 dragon tribe powers had a tacit understanding with each other to suppress the spread of this news. Not only was there a cover-up regarding Lin, but the evil dragons and the events that had taken place in the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm were also being intentionally concealed. Chang-Yi and Su Qianyan were on the same side, so Lin naturally wasn't going to hide anything from them, and he told them everything that had taken place in the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm. Splat! Chang-Yi slapped the divine pill flying with another palm, and her brows furrowed slightly. So your evil-slaying sword possesses the power to mend the heavens? To think that such a peculiar weapon would exist in this world. I've never heard of it before. No wonder the Darkwing tribe was willing to offend Her Majesty Niwa in order to invade Earth to obtain this weapon. She thought to herself for a moment before asking, Can I touch your evil-slaying sword? And Lin's heart jolted with shock, and he was just about to speak. Evil-slaying sword. F***CK off. A cold and merciless voice sounded again. Chang'e, Su Qinyan, and you too. And Lin's flesh crawled as he hurriedly offered an explanation. My sword has a really bad temper, so please don't take it to heart, Chang'e. Chang'e waved a hand. Don't worry, I won't make life difficult for a sword. At this moment, the divine pill flew over again. Chang'e moved like the wind, and her palm was imbued with the power of lightning as she roared. F***CK off. Boom! The divine pill was slapped flying again, and it crashed heavily into the restriction. This time, it was so powerful that even the entire moon palace trembled slightly. Su Qinyan and you too were both dumbstruck, and Lin's mouth gaped open as he looked at the divine pill, then at the nonchalant smile on Chang'e's face, and cold sweat began to pour down his face. What the F***CK? Do you mean you won't make life difficult for a sword? My divine pill is about to be smashed by you. And Lin cursed in his heart, but he still maintained a smile on his face as he prayed for the safety of his divine pill. After staying in the Moon Palace for a few hours, and Lin bade farewell to Chang'e, he thought about it for a moment before deciding to visit Emperor Ziwei to check on the divine tool's progress. Chapter 1195. The number 1 pill refinement master of the Celestial Court was helping him refine a divine pill, and the number 1 tool refinement master was helping him refine a divine tool. And Lin wasn't worried, but he still wanted to go and have a look. This was because he was a little curious about how God tools were forged. Su Qinyan played with you too, while Lin went to the Purple Myrtle Pavilion by himself. Atop the clouds, a vast expanse of majestic buildings appeared before his eyes. 5 pillars of divine light soared into the sky, as if they were pillars that supported the entire heavens. And Lin flew toward the central region of the Celestial Court, greeting one familiar immortal after another. Mr. Lin, I heard you led the 4-9 Immortal sect to wreak havoc in the Dragon Court? How exciting! Why didn't you invite me? My Dao is not lonely. A handsome young man with a red armillary sash wrapped around his body, who was standing on a wind fire wheel, rushed over with an excited expression on his face. And Lin's face convulsed slightly. Mr. Najah, I didn't go to wreak havoc in the Dragon Court. I went to borrow money. I get it. I was drinking with the old Dragon King at the time. Najah wore an understanding expression as he continued. But my father didn't believe me, and he imprisoned me for over 100 years. And Lin, what the F***CK are you talking about? That time, Neza caused havoc in the sea and dyed the Dragon Court with blood, almost causing the Dragon Court to break off relations with the Heavenly Court. Even an idiot knows that you can't trust your words. We're different. We're really different. After bidding farewell to Najah, other passing immortals came over to greet him, and Lin was extremely renowned in the Celestial Court, and all of the immortals were extremely friendly toward him. However, their words were a little hurtful. Hi, Mr. Lin. I heard that Su Xiaolan became the first return to Void Stage Cultivator of the United University of Cultivation. How is your husband doing? Mr. Qianlian, cultivation bases aren't the only thing that matters. In terms of cultivation base, Xiaolan is indeed superior to me, but my words carry the most weight. If I say 1, she won't dare to say 2. Oh, that makes sense. Then I'll tell fellow Taoist, Su Xiaolan. Don't. Fellow Qianlian, please wait a moment. I have some Dragon Court Pearl Eye Drops. It's very good for brightening and maintaining the eyes. I'll give you some. Hi, Mr. Lin, long time no see. When are you going to let Chef God Xiaolan reopen? I've been so busy lately and I'm dying to eat. Ferrying Chow, you seem to have forgotten that I'm also the god of cooking. Why aren't you urging me? And Lin felt that he was being ignored. Isn't sect leader and Lin very busy? Besides, you don't know how to make Xiaolan's signature dish. holy flame, braised pig trotters, and heartless men. Celestial maiden Ing Chao stuck out her tongue. What did you say? And Lin's body shuddered upon hearing this. Holy flame, braised pig trotters, and heartless men? It's super delicious. Most of the tycoons in the celestial court love this dish. Celestial maiden Ing Chao replied with a smile. A chill ran down in Lin's spine, and his features paled as he hurriedly bade farewell to Celestial maiden Ing Chao. What's going on? Why did Xiaolan come up with this dish all of a sudden? Did this hint at something? Was it a metaphor? And Lin's heart was in a complete mess, and he thought about many things. In the end, he decided that he had to treat Xiaolan well the next time he met her, lest she develop some terrifying ideas. Before he knew it, he had arrived at the Purple Star Pavilion, the pillar of purple divine light that could illuminate the entire celestial court became extremely gentle as he approached, and he didn't feel any discomfort, even when looking directly at it. There was a little girl holding an ancient sword standing at the entrance of the pavilion. Upon seeing Lin, she jogged over to him and asked in a cute voice, "Handsome big brother, may I ask who you are?" Before she had a chance to finish her sentence, a cold voice suddenly cut her off. "Don't go over there, Ziling. This man is too dangerous. Be careful not to get tricked or tricked." And Lin's face was filled with question marks. At this moment, Emperor Ziwei had already made his way over to them with a serious expression, and Lin was instantly silenced by this mighty figure's words. "What business has Lin come here for?" Emperor Ziwei asked with a serious expression. "Nothing in particular. I just want to ask about the divine tool," and Lin replied with a smile. "You don't need to worry about that, Mr. Lin. The process of forging the divine tool is progressing very smoothly, and I'll be sure to complete it in half a year to 100 years. Emperor Ziwei vowed, and Lin was astonished. "That's a long time span." "A long time span? The longest time span is only 100 years. How is that long?" Emperor Ziwei's brows furrowed, and Lin rolled his eyes. "You call 100 years short? I feel like our concept of time is a little different. In 100 years, Xiaolan and I will even have a child." Emperor Ziwei shook his head. "There's no point in rushing me. I have to be responsible for every single task. The refinement of a divine tool cannot be sloppy or negligent in the slightest." And Lin was infected by Emperor Ziwei's attitude and didn't rush him any further. Instead, he turned toward the little girl who was holding onto Emperor Ziwei's sleeve with a curious expression. "Emperor Ziwei, this Ziling is so adorable. Is she your daughter?" Emperor Ziwei wore a wary expression. "Why are you asking this?" "Oi, oi! Ziwei, what's with that expression? You're making me look like a weirdo." And Lin was unconvinced. "You slandered me with what you just said to that adorable little girl. I still haven't gotten back at you for that. However, this little girl sure has good taste. She called me handsome big brother as soon as we met." And Lin was clearly quite fond of this little girl. Ziling replied in her adorable voice, "That's what Daddy taught me. Immortals with average looks are called handsome big brother, while immortals with exceptional looks are called handsome big brother." Emperor Ziwei chuckled. "My adopted daughter has good taste." "And Lin, Senior Ziwei has an adopted daughter? I've always thought that you were the kind of eternal lone wolf who shined upon the world. You had no desires, no emotions, and were cold and aloof. Who would have thought that you'd want to be a daddy?" And Lin sighed with emotion after a long while. Emperor Ziwei's lips twitched imperceptibly. Why did it sound like he was insulting someone? However, and Lin's words had piqued his interest. It was true that Emperor Ziwei was always aloof from women. It was said that ever since the establishment of the Celestial Court, he had never taken the initiative to express interest in any celestial maiden. He also ignored all of the celestial maidens' declarations of love. This was something that everyone in the Celestial Court knew. The primordial paragon lone wolf was also another name for Emperor Ziwei. This was why Lin was sighing with emotion. Ziwei held onto Zi Ling's little hand with a gentle expression. It's not that I don't want to pursue a relationship and find a Dao partner. It's just that there really aren't any women in this world who are worthy of me. I don't want to make do with one, so I've been single until now. A cold and aloof aura began to radiate from his body as he spoke. And Lin felt like he had found the reason why Ziwei was single. Chapter 1196. I feel like there's a problem with your concept of love, Emperor Ziwei. As for whether or not you're worthy, all that matters is love. And Lin couldn't help but speak up. Emperor Ziwei shook his head upon hearing this. Different statuses, different aptitudes, and different depths of the Tao will create an invisible generation gap between two people. My aptitude is exceptional. I reached the Tao body stage at 3, spirit nurturing stage at 16, soul formation stage at 20, returned to void stage at 50, and I reached the Tao integration stage 1,000 years later. When discussing the Tao among my peers, they won't be able to understand what I'm saying. I find what they're saying childish. There's no way they'll be able to hang out with us. As one's cultivation realm increases, their circle will change as well. I'm becoming more powerful very quickly, and the people around me are constantly changing. But who can stay with me forever? I'm simply too outstanding. All of the female cultivators around me either stay away from me or approach me with ulterior motives. How can there be true love? Emperor Ziwei's expression was filled with a hint of loneliness and melancholy. And Lin, my situation is even worse after I reach the Tao integration stage. My lifespan is close to limitless. What if my Tao partner doesn't reach the Tao integration stage? If I like her and want to be with her, then I'll have to watch her die in the future. How painful would that be? The heavenly Tao is unfair. Without the aptitude, no matter how hard I try, I won't be able to reach the Tao integration stage. As such, my ideal Tao partner can only be found among the Tao integration stage. Based on my calculations, all Tao integration stage cultivators in the human race are men. However, I'm a straight man, and I'm a staunch opponent of interspecies relationships. Emperor Ziwei spoke with a serious expression, and Lin's expression darkened. So that's why you're still single. Emperor Ziwei clasped his hands behind his back, and his aura of a lone wolf erupted again. You're still young, so it's normal for you to have some naive thoughts. When you experience more things, you'll be able to understand how I feel. No, I already know why you're still single, and Lin spoke with a serious expression. Emperor Ziwei, you're single because you're too outstanding. Emperor Ziwei faltered slightly before his expression softened, as if he had found a soulmate. Mr. Lin, you've summed it up so well. And Lin smiled in agreement on the surface, but he was sneering in his heart. This kind of idiot deserved to be single for life. However, it's not like there's no hope for me. Chang, E of the Moon Palace, is already close to the Tao integration stage. If I can fall in love with her and have a pure and beautiful story with her, perhaps I'll be able to end my single life. An expectant expression appeared on Emperor Ziwei's face. Then I wish Senior Ziwei all the best. And Lin smiled. Although he had a smile on his face, his heart was filled with sympathy. Emperor Ziwei, you're a straight man, but Chang E is a lesbian. This was the greatest tragedy in the world. Unless you turn yourself gay, you can stay single for the rest of your life. And Lin felt like this Emperor Ziwei was far too interesting. Why hadn't he discovered that his views on love were so strange? It was all thanks to Ziling that he was able to set foot in Emperor Ziwei's world of love. There's actually something else that's holding me back from finding a partner, Emperor Ziwei continued. And Lin didn't want to hear this anymore. But thinking about how Emperor Ziwei had been single for so many years, he forced himself to play along. Oh, what is it? Did you know that if there's too much of a disparity in cultivation base, you won't even be able to have a child? Emperor Ziwei continued. This is another reason why I've always been single. Huh. And Lin was truly astonished this time. It's common knowledge that it's extremely difficult for powerful cultivators to have children. This is because the sperm and eggs of powerful cultivators are imbued with extremely powerful energy. They will clash with one another, but it's extremely difficult for them to fuse together, Emperor Ziwei explained. And Lin nodded. In the cultivation world, anyone who wanted to know would know about this. However, everyone has overlooked something, and that is it's even more difficult for a couple to have children if there's a large disparity in cultivation base. A distressed expression appeared on Emperor Ziwei's face. For example, my sperm is too powerful. If I were to mate with another female cultivator, the power of my sperm would be enough to blast my eggs into smithereens. That's right. Eggs that are too weak are unable to withstand the power of my sperm. My sperm is too powerful and too exceptional. And Lin, he felt like 10,000 mythological beasts were stampeding over his heart upon hearing Emperor Ziwei's words. He wanted to retort, but he didn't know what to say. Emperor Ziwei continued, and vice versa. It's not good for the female to be too powerful. If the female's cultivation base is too high, the male's sperm won't even be able to break through the outer wall of the female's egg. He cast a meaningful glance at Enlin as he spoke. Enlin almost threw up a mouthful of blood. He was about to lash out at Emperor Ziwei. Why the F*CK are you looking at me like that? Emperor Ziwei didn't get angry. Instead, he patted Enlin's shoulder with a benevolent expression. Good luck. Enlin. Good luck, big brother Enlin. Work hard in your cultivation and try to break through the outer wall of your lover's egg as soon as possible. A crisp and tender voice suddenly sounded. The surrounding atmosphere suddenly became quiet. Enlin stared at the adorable little girl holding the ancient sword in her arms, and he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. An expression of shock and horror appeared on Emperor Ziwei's face as he gripped Ziling's shoulders and shook her violently. Forget about it. Hurry up and forget everything I said. This isn't something a child of your age should know. Hurry up and forget about it. Emperor Ziwei was about to go insane from fear. He had been so engrossed in his rambling that he had forgotten that his adopted daughter had been silently listening to him this entire time. And Lin had also forgotten about it, so he was completely dumbstruck when he heard Ziling's words. Why would I forget about it? I think what father said makes a lot of sense. It's a lot of inspiration for me. Ziling replied in a crisp voice. For someone as narcissistic as Emperor Ziwei, how could the child he valued be ordinary? Ziling could be said to be an extremely intelligent child with exceptional aptitude. Not only could she understand Emperor Ziwei's words, but she could also infer many things from his words, such as Enlin's predicament at this moment. The little girl was looking at Enlin with a sympathetic gaze. What a damned sympathetic gaze! Enlin didn't think that he would be pitied by a little girl, and in that way at that. There was no doubt that he and Emperor Ziwei had also joined the party to make Ziling forget about him. It was already evening when Enlin left the Ziwei pavilion. Enlin and Emperor Ziwei exchanged their views on love and decisively used Emperor Ziwei as a negative example to constantly remind himself. However, he wasn't without worries. For example, the theory that the difference in cultivation base would affect the reproductive barrier that Emperor Ziwei had mentioned. This greatly stimulated Enlin's desire to improve his cultivation base. A man definitely couldn't fail in this kind of thing. Xiaolon, wait for me. I'll definitely catch up to you. Enlin's fighting spirit was reignited, and he set off on his journey again. Chapter 1197. It was currently the holiday period, so there was no need for him to go to school. Enlin calmed his impatient heart and prepared to face the challenges of the future with a more positive Tao heart. Chef God Enlin's gourmet restaurant in the Celestial Court had reopened. After handing over 95 million spirit stones to Chang, he only had a little over 50 million spirit stones left in his storage ring. This amount of money was far too little, so he had to continue working hard to earn more money. Even though Chef God Xiaolan was the most popular chef in the Celestial Court, Enlin wasn't bad either. He was one of the most famous immortal chefs in the celestial court. So many immortals wanted to come and eat their fill on the first day of the restaurant's opening. In the end, after a round of bidding, the dishes for the day were jointly won by the 7 celestial maidens at a high price of 320,000 spirit stones. They ordered a dish that was changing with each passing day, and then started chatting in the restaurant. And Lin was cooking in the kitchen with a skillful hand. 6 divine flames and 1 holy flame revolved freely in his hands, and he was becoming more and more proficient with them. Your date, changing with each passing day, has arrived. And Lin slowly made his way over to the celestial maidens with a lidded, intricate dish. The celestial maidens instantly became excited as they stared at the dish with glowing eyes. The lid was lifted, and a divine light shot forth. The celestial maidens let loose cries of surprise, and an extremely delicious aroma wafted through the entire restaurant, making everyone immediately pounce toward the dish. Oh, the 7 celestial maidens were already pouncing toward the dish like hungry wolves. Don't fight with me. Little 6, this egg is mine. Then I want this golden stick. Ah, don't push. All of the celestial maidens completely disregarded their manners as they scrambled to taste this delicious dish, and Lin was quite amused by their actions. Soon, all of the celestial maidens' clothes were disheveled, and large patches of their snowy white skin were revealed. They really didn't treat him as an outsider. Soon, all of the dishes were finished, and all of the celestial maidens reclined on their chairs, looking as if they hadn't had enough. They were casually tidying up their clothes, and some of them were even smacking their lips. And Lin, why is your evolving with each passing day dish different from last time? Celestial Maiden Tian asked with a smile. Because this dish is called changing with each passing day. If it's still the same as before, wouldn't it be an insult to this dish's name? And Lin said confidently. All of the celestial maidens couldn't help but laugh. This dish is just like you, changing with each passing day. That's right, that's right. You make big news every day. In the blink of an eye, you've changed. When I first met him, he was just a little cultivator with a bit of fame. Now he's already a big shot that everyone knows, in terms of popularity alone, in the entire celestial court, other than the 5 emperors, the fairy killer Yang Jian, and the male fairy killer Chana. It seems like Lin is the only one. That's right, that's right. After all, Lin is chef god, and he can kill anyone, regardless of age or gender. The 7 celestial maidens had nothing better to do, and they began to discuss Lin among themselves in front of Lin. 3 women could make a play, and these 7 fairies could probably make a TV series. And Lin didn't chase them away, and he was happy to have them discuss among themselves. These women's words were far too truthful, and Lin liked to listen to them. By the way, Lin, we're preparing to hold the Heavenly Peach Banquet. Do you have any good ideas? Lin Junjun turned to Lin with a smile. Heavenly Peach Banquet. And Lin's eyes lit up with excitement. When is it going to be held? He had never participated in this legendary banquet of the celestial court before, so he was quite interested. In about 2 months. Lin Junjun blinked. The 4-9 Immortal sect will also receive an invitation, but there will only be 10 slots. So few? And Lin did a rough calculation to find that they didn't have enough slots. That's quite a lot. I've already done everything I can to secure slots for you. This is a Heavenly Peach Banquet that's open to the entire Tai Chu continent, and each of the 9 imperials of the Kingdom of the 9 States only has 8 slots. It's already very difficult for me to secure 10 slots for you. Lin Junjun turned to Lin with a pitiable expression, and Lin stroked his chin with a curious expression. How many slots did the 4 great sects receive? 30, Lin Junjun replied. That many? And Lin was astonished. We're 2 4-9 immortal sects away from the 4 great sects. Lin Junjun rolled her eyes. Don't underestimate the value and influence of a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. The four great sects are first-rate powers on the Tai Chu continent precisely because they have Tao integration stage super mighty figures among their ranks. As such, they're not under the jurisdiction of the Celestial Court. Celestial Maiden Tianyu, we're about to have a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. You know that? How about we make an exception and increase the number of slots? And Lin's eyes glowed with a beseeching expression. All of the celestial maidens in the restaurant were either disdainful or excited. Lin Junjun blushed with embarrassment. And Lin, don't try to curry favor with me. I am an elder of the 4-9 Immortal sect, but you can't call me family. That's not a problem at all. My sect is a big family. And Lin was very confident. A faint blush appeared on Lin Junjun's face. I'm not going to argue with you about this anymore. However, if you insist on increasing the number of slots, there's a way. And Lin's eyes lit up with excitement. What way? Ahem. Lin Junjun cleared her throat, as if she was mulling over something. Celestial Maiden Tian Shou couldn't help but interject. As long as you cook one dish for each of us, Celestial Maiden Tianyang interjected, then the 4-9 Immortal sect will have 20 slots. And Lin, that's why you're here, isn't it? And Lin's expression darkened. All of our pocket money has been deducted, so this is the only way we can get by. I beg of you, Chef God and Lin, please give us some food. Celestial Maiden Tianqing pleaded with a pitiable expression. You make it sound like you don't have any food to eat. And Lin gritted his teeth. Those who have seen the ocean cannot see water, and those who have not seen Mount Wu cannot see clouds. After eating the food you cook, I won't recognize any other food as food. Celestial Maiden Tianxian spoke with a fervent expression, and Lin's lips twitched. Even if you praise me like that, I still won't relent. Also, he turned to Celestial Maiden Tianyu. Is this what you mean by you've already done your best? Then what the hell do you mean by increasing the number of slots from 10 to 20? From a personal perspective, I've already done my best. What I'm about to do next is not something that I can accomplish on my own. Lin Junjun massaged her brows before continuing. If we want the 4-9 Immortal sect to increase the number of slots from 10 to 20, we'll have to work together. And Lin stared at the 7 celestial maidens with astonishment etched on his face. What are you trying to do? Celestial Maiden Tian Shou swayed her hips as she spoke in a tender voice, whining to Mom and Dad. Tears welled up in Celestial Maiden Tianyang's eyes. Whining to Mom and Dad. Celestial Maiden Tianqing pulled out a broken bowl and knocked it against the ground. Fasting or eating dirt in protest. Celestial Maiden Tian Xian drew her long sword and placed it against her neck. If you still don't agree to increase the number of slots for the 4-9 Immortal sect to 20, then we'll threaten you with death. Our hearts are linked, and our sharpness can cut through metal. The 7 celestial maidens yelled in unison. Thump! And Lin collapsed to the ground in shock. You want to F***King threaten me with death? I'm going to be killed by the celestial arch before you die. Chapter 1198. And Lin was truly given a fright. These 7 celestial maidens had completely let loose. Not only were they letting loose, but it looked like they were trying to drag him down with them. I really won't. Celestial Maiden Tianqing made her way over to Enlin with a comforting expression on her face. You're the most renowned celestial in the celestial court. My father loves you dearly, so how could he bear to hit you? A faint smile appeared on Lin Junjun's face. If you treat each of us to a top-notch meal, we'll have a reason to act spoiled in front of our parents. Our reason will be that we owe you and want to repay you. This is something that we did on our own accord and has nothing to do with you. So what reason would he have to mistreat you? And Lin thought about it for a moment before replying. I'll cook 7 dishes for each of you. My dishes are very valuable, and each dish costs at least 200,000 spirit stones. Are you sure your heavenly peach banquet slots are worth that much? Of course they're worth it, and you're taking advantage of them. Lin Junjun made her way over to Enlin with a smug smile on her face. Let me put it this way. Once you participate in the heavenly peach banquet, you'll get to taste our spirit rank heavenly peaches that ripen once every 100 years. Aside from that, there will also be many interesting games and competitions, and if you win, you'll have a chance to obtain immortal rank heavenly peaches that ripen once every 1,000 years. How about that? Is that enough? Celestial Maiden Tianshou replied, Our celestial court isn't holding the heavenly peach banquet to make money. Instead, it's to establish friendly relations with all of the major powers on the Tai Chu continent and strengthen our celestial court's reputation. Unlike you guys who have to hold 2 weddings. Tian Qing covered her mouth with a chuckle. All of the celestial maidens couldn't help but chuckle as they thought back to that wedding. And Lin rolled his eyes. All right, that's enough. I'll agree to your terms, all right? I can cook the dishes for each of you, but don't disappoint me. Yay! All of the celestial maidens whooped with joy. 7 people in exchange for 7 dishes. 1 dish a day. A blissful week is upon us. Ha! Moving your mouth is much easier than working hard to earn money. Chef God and Lin, don't worry. If we can't get 20 places, we can even marry you. The overjoyed 7 celestial maidens celebrated in the gourmet restaurant for a while before they left, unsatisfied. And Lin's life returned to normal. The Saturn Peach Feast was in 2 months, and it was still too early for that. He should focus on studying his culinary skills first. In order to practice culinary skills, knife skills, and fire control skills were very important. And Lin pulled out a piece of seafood from the West Sea and drew his evil-slaying sword. Whoosh, 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 dong, 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 clang, clang, clang. A streak of black light flashed out and turned into a chubby little girl around 6 or 7 years old. The little girl stood at the side and stared coldly at Lin. Her eyes were filled with hidden bitterness. Little Xie, are you out for some fresh air again? A smile appeared on Lin's face, but his evil-slaying sword continued to slice the ingredients in front of him into the shape he wanted. You're using me as a kitchen knife again. I really want to cut you up? Little Xie said in a tender voice that was filled with killing intent. And Lin's movements faltered, and a small golden sword suddenly appeared on his forehead. He immediately laid a hand on little Xie's head before rubbing the evil-slaying sword. Ah! Little Xie let loose a light cry as she stared at Lin with a blush on her face. How do you feel? Do you feel good now? If you do, then watch from the side. And Lin chuckled before continuing to practice his knife skills. Remember, there's no distinction between professions. You should feel honored to be the kitchen knife of the #1 chef god in the celestial court. Besides, countless deities are fighting for you just to eat the dishes cooked by you. They even had a climax. Isn't it a sense of honor? Little Xie sat down angrily on a nearby chair as she listened to Lin's teachings. She had just been blasted by Lin's divine weapon origin energy and was feeling very good, so she really didn't want to mess with him anymore. We're fighting for the happiness of the immortals in the celestial court. You have no idea how much they missed me when I wasn't around. And Lin sighed with emotion. You're only doing this for money. Shameless bastard. Little Xie retorted coldly. Have you ever thought about why I want money? I want money to give you a better life. I use spirit stones to make myself stronger so I can better protect you. I use spirit stones to buy things for you, so you can tell me if you need anything. Hence, there's nothing shameful about fighting for money. What's wrong with giving everyone a better environment to cultivate in? Little Xie was completely dumbstruck by Lin's words, and she was at a loss for words as she hung her head in shame. And Lin finally nodded with satisfaction upon seeing little Xie's reaction before continuing to work on his business. He practiced his sword techniques, refined his flames, and pondered his cooking intent realm. The days passed by very peacefully. Time passed by one day after another. He cooked for the 7 celestial maidens for free for 7 days in a row. On the 8th day, he finally regained his freedom and was able to host other immortals as usual. And Lin had embarked on his joyous path of earning money. On the first day of school, a rather familiar figure walked in from outside the door. He wore a loose white robe, and his eyes were crimson but extremely gentle. There was a pair of translucent Kirin horns on his head, and there was a little monster with the body of a goat and the face of a human standing beside him. "Hey, Senior Dongfang Zhuangshi, long time no see." And Lin extended a greeting with a smile. Mr. and Lin's business, sure, is blossoming everywhere. The 4-9 Immortal sect is on the rise, the Lord of Transcendence is renowned across the entire continent, and the Chef God is renowned throughout the entire celestial court. Dongfang Zhuangshi praised with a smile. "What kind of **tea are you spouting?" And Lin was very happy to be praised, and he turned to the middle-aged man who was just as happy. "Tell me, did something good happen?" "I've already found the heart of the Divine God and the Divine God's elixir. I'm going to reforge my body." Dongfang Zhuangshi chortled with glee. "Oh, so soon? Congratulations." And Lin was also very happy. And Lin had forcefully taken Dongfang Zhuangshi's Kirin blood jade, which was a lethal blow to Dongfang Zhuangshi, and he could only rely on Lin to get by. Now that Dongfang Zhuangshi could reforge his body, and Lin would be able to get rid of this middle-aged man who was forced to follow him around. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. "Did you come here to tell me about this, Senior?" And Lin was a little touched. He was quite happy to be the first being to share his joy with the demonic blood Kirin. "No, it's just that reforging my body is extremely taxing on my energy. So, Mr. Lin, let me take a deep breath to replenish my energy before I face the next challenge." Dongfang Zhuangshi looked at Lin with a scorching light in his eyes as he spoke. And Lin, **CK, what a waste of his emotions. However, he was going to give it his all for his freedom. "Come on, Senior Dongfang Zhuangshi, take a deep breath." "I'm coming." Gasp, "Oh, this feels good." Chapter 1199. The evil dragons within the enchantment barrier felt their legs give out from under them. "Who are you? Please stop and answer immediately. Trespassers will die." The white-haired woman, hovering in the air beside him, also unleashed a palm strike with a cold expression. "The only explanation for this situation is that the place we've landed in is a little unsuitable. The scouting team has already spread out in all directions to find a better place to live. I'm sure we'll get some results soon." Meanwhile, in the holy glacial lands, **CK, are they looking down on our evil dragon tribe? The evil dragons responsible for guarding their tribe also had nothing to do. An apologetic expression finally appeared on the white-haired woman's face as she bowed her head. "I'm sorry. I've only just progressed to the Tao integration stage, so my control over my power is still not very precise. Sigh, we suffered far too many casualties during that battle. Of the 30,000 tribe members, only 20,000 remain." Just as everyone was in shock, the enchantment barrier was broken by the woman amid a resounding boom. "Shut up. This is an opportunity and a future that our evil dragon tribe warriors have sacrificed their lives for. It's very irresponsible of you to complain like this," a dragon tribe female scolded. **CK off. Piss off." The massive dragon, over 10,000 feet in size, swatted toward the youth. The patrolling evil dragons immediately became cautious as they stood in formation and yelled at the youth. All of a sudden, a light breeze blew past. All of the evil dragons that were pouncing toward them were struck by a bone-chilling cold. The youth's footsteps faltered as he looked at the dragon tribe female before him, and a warm smile appeared on his face. "You really are a competent empress. Please introduce yourself." "Oh, it looks like we've got a dragon that we can talk to." The youth looked ahead with a faint smile on his face. "Hello, I'm looking for the most powerful dragon here. Violent snow and ice were wreaking havoc in this place, and Lin felt like it wouldn't be too late, and after a few minutes of melancholy, he continued with his work. A golden film of light enshrouded a large area, and a series of gargantuan tents were set up on the ground. The sound of laughter and laughter reverberated throughout heaven and earth, creating a stark contrast to this world. They wanted to keep a low profile after coming to this world, so that they could continue to develop. The return to Void Stage evil dragon let loose a blood-curdling wail as it was sent flying for tens of thousands of meters before disappearing into the vast expanse of white heaven and earth. Why were two random people in this new world so terrifying? Was this really a place where dragons could stay? It was too terrifying. The ancient dragon empress is actually the one with the most severe injuries. She's currently in seclusion, and I don't know when she'll recover. This woman was none other than the empress of the evil dragons, the ancient dragon empress. Asterisk as he got closer, the black dot gradually appeared. Bang! The dozen or so soul formation stage evil dragons that were responsible for patrolling the area roared and flew out of the barrier. They all unleashed the power of their domains and pounced toward the two uninvited guests with terrifying might. The ancient dragon empress killed Hades, who was massacring our brethren. What a relief! I wonder if all of the dragons in the ancient dragon realm have perished. One had to realize that even the ancient dragon empress, the most powerful being in the evil dragon tribe, was only at the return to void pinnacle stage. However, this young woman who was treating this young man with such respect and reverence was a Tao integration stage super mighty figure. The dragon tribe woman in a colorful imperial robe suddenly appeared before the two of them. Her features were deathly pale, and her blood was extremely unstable, but she still stood resolutely at the forefront of the group of dragon tribe cultivators and stood in their way. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" I heard that the 7 dragons were all severely wounded. "Mr. Lin, I'll come and drink with you again after I reconstruct my body." The young woman was extremely beautiful, as if she were the most flawless work of art. Her blue eyes were clear and transparent, and there was not a single hint of emotion in them. "If we don't show our might, then all of you will be able to do whatever you want. My name is Chun Chin, and I'm the second heavenly disciple of the heaven-crushing sect." Thankfully, the ancient dragon empress and the other 5 evil dragons immediately unleashed a powerful enchantment barrier to protect their brethren. Aside from return to void stage mighty figures and soul formation stage powerful beings, everyone else would probably freeze to death here. A return to void stage evil dragon had been insta-killed by a single palm. The middle-aged man and gluttony disappeared from their field of vision, leaving behind only this sentence. The man fell silent upon hearing this, and he averted his gaze with a hint of shame. The young woman nodded lightly, and a wisp of blue divine light flashed from her body. Tao integration stage enemies. These were legendary Tao integration stage super mighty figures. They suddenly wanted to go home. All of our superiors are in seclusion, so the enchantment barrier's energy is limited. We can't allow these idiots outside to exhaust the enchantment barrier's energy. This was a vast expanse of silvery white land, and the snow maidens who had once resided here were no longer able to withstand the cold. They had already begun to migrate, and this place had become a barren land without any signs of life. After all, the enchantment barrier set up by the ancient dragon empress and the other dragons was the best defense. They patrolled the area, but they could only look at the vast expanse of white scenery. All of the evil dragons discussed among themselves. There was nothing else they could do aside from doing this. Over 100 evil dragons had frozen to death right after descending upon this place. Would you believe that? Shuiyan, I told you to go easy on us. We came here with a friendly attitude. Did you know that you almost killed that dragon just then? The youth's brows furrowed slightly. Are you interested in learning more about the heaven-crushing sect? These living beings that had suddenly appeared in the holy glacial lands were none other than the evil dragons that had descended upon this world from the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm. Beside the youth was an extremely petite young woman in a snowy white dress with a head of silver hair that hung down to her waist. Soon, a return to void stage evil dragon with a terrifying aura soared into the sky before pouncing toward the two of them. "Let's go and destroy them." All of a sudden, a black that appeared in the extremely far distance. An earth-shattering boom erupted. "Crap, this person is very powerful. Hurry up and notify the return to void stage mighty figures of our tribe." The evil dragons within the enchantment barrier roared with shock and horror upon seeing this. This was an extremely handsome youth in a gray linen robe, and he walked barefoot in the snow without leaving a single trace behind. They were keeping a low profile now, but the environment was really killing them. The speed at which they pounced became slower and slower. In the end, when they were about to reach the two of them, they froze in midair and were unable to move. "Sigh, didn't they say that the new world was very beautiful? This sh*TTY place is about to kill a dragon." A man with a pair of dragon horns on his head and bat wings on his back grumbled. The two of them continued onward and didn't respond to the cries of the evil dragons. "Shuiyan, don't kill them." The youth spoke in a cold voice. The power of extreme frost threatened to freeze all living beings in the surrounding area. The black didn't stop. Instead, it drew closer and closer. The two of them strutted into the enchantment barrier. Their voices weren't very loud, but they were already at the border of the enchantment barrier, so all of the evil dragons could hear their conversation. It would have been fine if they hadn't heard it, but after hearing it, the evil dragons couldn't even walk properly. Another dragon tribe male spoke. "The new Tai Chu continent is very good. I can sense a vibrant sense of vitality through the destructive power outside." Dongfang Zhuangshi inhaled deeply at Enlin before departing with a content expression. Some of the evil dragons were already scared **less. Some were even beginning to doubt their very existence. But most of them felt like the new world was far too terrifying and wanted to go home. However, right in this barren wasteland, bursts of smoke rose into the air. Chapter 1200. Can I refuse? The ancient dragon empress replied, "I'm just an ordinary return to void stage, cultivator. I've lost the chance to even progress to the Tao integration stage due to using my power of the divine Tao in the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm. I'm not very valuable to you. Furthermore, the evil dragon tribe is also willing to join the heaven-crushing sect." He turned to the ancient dragon empress and said, "You must have a sense of duty and resolve to join the heaven-crushing sect. If you refuse our invitation and choose to remain here, we won't force you. We'll immediately turn around and leave without saying another word." So, the ancient dragon empress paused for a moment. "What does this have to do with me?" The ancient dragon empress felt a headache coming on. This man seemed to know her very well, but the heaven-crushing sect and saving the world sounded like a fantasy. It didn't sound reliable at all, and it sounded very dangerous. The ancient dragon empress' heart jolted with shock. He refused to join the heaven-crushing sect, but he was still saving a spot for him. Chun Chin had never said anything like that to her. At the Celestial Court restaurant, a friendly smile appeared on Chen Chen's face. "Ancient Dragon Empress, welcome to the heaven-crushing sect. You will be the fourth heavenly disciple candidate of the heaven-crushing sect. After you progress to the Tao integration stage, you will officially become the fourth heavenly disciple." And Lin was very angry. "Aren't you the evil-slaying sword? Can you give me a day to think about it?" This was a very long day. If there was a chance to continue pursuing the Tao, who would give it up? The ancient dragon empress was also weighing the pros and cons. "Huff, huff! Giant and Lin, what's wrong with your sword?" Tina grumbled in a tender voice, and Lin abruptly jumped to his feet. "What? It's rebelling." She spoke in a cold voice If that's what you're worried about, I can help you get rid of all of your problems and restore your ability to the Tao integration stage. All of the 20,000 evil dragon tribe living beings gathered together and engaged in a heated discussion. Little Xia, stop messing around. Little Xia was also sprawled out on the table with her arms crossed and her chin resting on her palms. She looked at the jumping up and down Tina with a pair of dead fish eyes. I'm really not messing around. The evil slaying sword has its own thoughts and is moving on its own this time. He pointed at the ancient dragon empress with a smile as he spoke. You were able to take advantage of the right circumstances to forcefully open up a passageway between the two worlds and destroy the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm. So you already possess the aptitude to crush the heavens. Our heaven-crushing sect needs you to save this world with us. You have to ask little Xia about that. And Lin played with the ice god dart in his hand and tried to fuse his Yin god power into the ice god dart. He actually achieved a perfect fusion. And Lin laid on the table and studied the ice god dart as he spoke. Tina was panting heavily as she lay on Lin's shoulder. Her semi-transparent golden wings were trembling uncontrollably, and it was clear that she was extremely fatigued. What the hell was that? Shue, Yen shook her head upon hearing this. I'm the heavenly disciple of the second heavenly disciple. They can choose to join the heaven-crushing sect and become a peripheral power of the heaven-crushing sect, or they can choose to develop on their own. Our heaven-crushing sect never oppresses any living beings, Chun Chen said in an indifferent voice. Furthermore, if the world was really as Chun Chen had described it to be, then she also wanted to make this world a better place. It lay down beside little Xia with an obedient expression on its inky black blade. If it weren't for the fact that these two were far too powerful to mess with, she would have thought that she had encountered some kind of swindler. The ancient dragon empress fell silent. Tina was scurrying around in a room with a black shadow following closely behind her like a shadow. The black shadow exuded an intimidating aura. It was the evil slaying sword, as if it wanted to slash her down with a single strike. After messing around for a while, the evil slaying sword finally stopped. Don't worry, I'll tell you about the uniqueness of our sect. All of the evil dragons couldn't help but let loose cries of surprise upon hearing this. All of the powerful beings also expressed their own opinions. She pursed her luscious lips and said softly, If I join your heaven-crushing sect, my evil dragon tribe, the fourth heavenly disciple? The ancient dragon empress shook hands with Chin Chin. If you're the second heavenly disciple, then is Ms. Shue Yen the third heavenly disciple? All of the evil dragons faltered upon hearing this. Of course, Shue Yen, and I will wait for your reply outside. Chun Chen's voice was warm as he nodded. Then he and the young woman in the white dress slowly disappeared. The ancient dragon empress was a little surprised. Then who are the other two heavenly disciples? Chun Chen and Shue Yen waited silently at the side. Heaven-crushing sect? The ancient dragon empress knew what was required to establish a foothold in a world. Power, a backer, and an environment. Not a single one could be lacking. The heaven-crushing sect could provide all of these. Chun Chen smiled as he explained the unique aspects of the heaven-crushing sect. His voice was warm and natural, as if he were a harmless youth. The ancient dragon empress was in disbelief. Her body trembled with excitement. Can I really? Of course. A smile appeared on Chun Chen's face as he said, This is part of the heaven-crushing sect service to begin with. Not only you, but I can also purify the bloodlines of the 5 dragon tribe cultivators behind you. Then let's not talk about this for now. Giant and Lin, I'm here to tell you that a living being has rebelled in our divine mirror world. Just who was this third heavenly disciple? Why was he so highly regarded by the heaven-crushing sect? Chun Chen looked at the ancient dragon empress and said in a slow voice, This world is not as beautiful as you imagine it to be. It's repeating the mistakes of the past, and it will soon be destroyed like the ancient Tai Chu realm. Do you really want to come to this new world, only to find it to be like the ancient Tai Chu dragon realm, or even worse? Tina was immediately enraged by the sight of little Xia's cold, dead fish eyes. After a short while, the ancient dragon empress suddenly spoke. Little Xia shot a glance at Enlin. Have you never experienced a situation where you lost control of your own body? I didn't do it. The evil-slaying sword did it on its own. The ancient dragon empress looked deeply at Chen Qin and Shui Yan. These two were more powerful than she had imagined, but it was exactly because of this that she was even more concerned. The 5 evil dragons that had sacrificed their bloodlines were so excited that their breathing quickened. Even the ancient dragon empress faltered slightly upon hearing this. Heaven-crushing sect. What kind of sect is this? What does this have to do with me? The next day, the ancient dragon empress' face convulsed after hearing the heaven-crushing sect's explanation, and she felt as if she were about to throw up a mouthful of blood. A dragon tribewoman in a colorful imperial robe made her way over to Chin Chin and nodded right before the eyes of all the evil dragons. I agree. I am willing to join the heaven-crushing sect. Destroy the heavenly Tao, rebuild the heavenly Tao, replace the heavenly Tao with one's own body? Chin Chin smiled. The first heavenly disciple is Cyril. As for the third heavenly disciple, he didn't agree to join the heaven-crushing sect. However, Cyril and I have decided to keep this position open for him. As long as he joins the heaven-crushing sect, this position can be given to him at any time. Giant Enlin. Save me. Shui Yan suddenly extended a finger, and an extremely pure white divine light shimmered on her fingertip. The ancient dragon empress had never been a dictator. She would always listen to the opinions of her brethren. Enlin. Chapter 1201. Who's rebelling? Enlin's interest was instantly piqued upon hearing Tina's words. Tina heaved a faint sigh. It's the Void Spirit Tribe. Enlin faltered slightly upon hearing this before a smile appeared on his face. The Void Spirit Tribe is the only tribe that refuses to go to the Tai Chu continent to carry out missions. Didn't we already send Wei Ji there to promote our advanced ideology? Tina shook her head. Wei Ji was hung up and roasted by the Void Spirit Tribe. Enlin, was it really that terrifying? The #1 swindler in the MLM industry was reduced to such a pitiful state? By the way, didn't you give him the power of resurrection so that he would never die? Enlin recalled that Tina had given Wei Ji an immortal hack. That's right, Wei Ji would never die. He resurrected at another location and continued to promote the Void Spirit Tribe. However, the Void Spirit Tribe was very radical and refused to listen to Wei Ji. The second time, he was tied up and fried in a frying pan. Tina explained, and Lin shuddered upon hearing this. Wei Ji resurrected again and continued to promote his ideology. The third time, he was sliced up by the Void Spirit Tribe. The fourth time, he was skinned to death. The fifth time, he was tortured to death by the Void Spirit Tribe. All the way until the 99th time, when he committed suicide after suffering inhumane torture. Tina was a little enraged, and Lin was extremely astonished by Wei Ji's ordeal, and a sense of admiration welled up in his heart as he sighed with emotion. Wei Ji is a true warrior. He's so King bad. Tina heaved a forlorn sigh. But now, Wei Ji's legs turn to jelly, and his face pales whenever he approaches the Void Spirit Tribe. I don't think he dares to approach the Void Spirit Tribe anymore, and Lin. So this was the aftereffect of being tortured to death. However, this couldn't be blamed on Wei Ji. Anyone who was subjected to such inhumane torture would fall into despair after dying 100 times. Not taking into account anything else, most people probably wouldn't even be able to withstand dying 10 times. It was already very impressive that Wei Ji could last 100 times. Tina clenched her little fists with rage. Wei Ji represents my will. Isn't the Void Spirit tribe looking down on Goddess Tina by torturing Weiji? Isn't that an act of rebellion? We can't let them go on like this. And Lin looked at the fuming Tina and asked, "Then what do you want?" "I can't wait any longer. I have to teach the Void Spirit tribe a lesson. Otherwise, I'm the goddess of creation of an entire world. How am I supposed to maintain my dignity?" Tina placed her hands on her hips with an enraged expression, and Lin felt that there was nothing wrong with it. He asked curiously, "If you want to beat them up, just beat them up. Why did you specifically come here to tell me this?" Tina landed lightly on Lin's hand and held onto Lin's thumb with both of her hands as a beseeching expression appeared on her face. Goddesses should be high and mighty and look down on all living beings. You shouldn't get angry over something so trivial. You're lowering your status, and Lin understood, and he flicked Tina's forehead with a smile. "So that's why you came to me and told me to be the bad guy and bully the Void Spirit tribe." Tina replied in a sweet voice, "You're God's spokesperson, and you're the closest God's spokesperson to Goddess Tina, so it's only reasonable for you to do something like this. All right, I'll agree to your unreasonable request." And Lin stood up. He had been bored out of his mind lately, so it was time for him to find something to do. "Let's go, little Xia." And Lin instructed. Little Xia stood up expressionlessly and reluctantly before jumping into the evil-slaying sword. And Lin strapped the evil-slaying sword to his back before holding on to Tina's hand, and light flashed as they disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, they arrived in the divine mirror world again. "Phew, what a spectacular city!" And Lin exclaimed as soon as he entered the divine mirror world. In front of him, the first main city of the human race, Asha City, stood tall on the ground. Skyscrapers that were several hundred meters tall stood as far as the eye could see. There were neatly paved roads, as well as pedestrians hurrying along the streets. The clothes of the pedestrians were all very distinctive. Not only were they brightly colored, but they were also very elegant and light, and their clothes would flutter in the wind to form all types of shapes. This was an extremely vibrant set of clothes that had already become commonplace in the human world. The concept and fashion of clothes here were even more advanced than those on Earth. Thermal and electric transportation had also become commonplace, and there were also all types of flying machines that combined energy technology and cultivation technology. Transportation on the ground and in the sky were all moving in an orderly manner, creating a scene of prosperity and prosperity. And Lin was completely rooted to the spot. Was this the human civilization in the divine mirror world? If it weren't for the fact that Tina was hovering beside him, he would have thought that he had arrived in the future. You're very surprised, right? To be honest, I was worried that the human race would become addicted to entertainment. But who would have thought that they would be enlightened after a couple of upheavals? They launched the Third Industrial Revolution and perfectly fused technology with cultivation, thereby bringing about a new era of human progress. All of their inventions and creations are coming one after another, and I'm getting dizzy just from looking at them. There was a hint of complaint in Tina's voice, but there was a hint of pride in her eyes. Their rate of progress is the fastest among the 11 intelligent races. Life technology has developed rapidly, and they've even developed a type of medicine that can lower the threshold for cultivation, thereby allowing living beings who don't have the aptitude to cultivate to become immortals. Originally, only 10% of the human population could cultivate, but now that number has increased to 30%. Even if they can't cultivate, they can use all types of cultivation systems and medicines to enhance their physiques and extend their lifespans. The average lifespan of the human race is now as high as 250 years. And Lin was astonished. 250 years? That's a very auspicious number. Cultivators, scientists, and entertainment stars are the 3 most popular occupations in the human race. Tina was extremely familiar with the human race. I can understand cultivators and scientists, but what the hell are entertainment stars? And Lin was completely perplexed. How could an actor be one of the three most popular occupations? Tina smiled. I'll take you to a good place at night and you'll understand. Just as they were speaking, two figures flew out from the 10,000-meter-tall tower at the very center of the city. Goddess Tina, spokesperson, and Lin, welcome to the city of Xiaya. Both of them were extremely beautiful humans, and they extended respectful salutes in unison. And Lin and Tina hadn't concealed themselves, so it was only natural that they had been discovered. These two were none other than the patriarchs of this world, Adam and Eve. Even after so many years, they were still wearing the same green clothes that they had been born in. These clothes could change in size according to the wearer's body, and they were also bestowed upon them by Goddess Tina. Both of them treated these clothes like a precious treasure, and they would only take them off when they were having an intimate moment as husband and wife. There's no need to be so polite. We're just going to walk around. And Lin smiled. Long time no see. You've both reached the soul formation pinnacle stage already. How do you feel? Adams replied in a gentle manner. We've been searching for a long time, but we still haven't been able to progress further. Perhaps it's because we're in the wrong cultivation position. Eve rubbed her chin with a serious expression. A faint blush appeared on Tina's face, and Lin drew a sharp intake of breath. What? Dual cultivation? Wrong position? You want to make breakthroughs through dual cultivation? Is that a problem? Adam and I have a yin domain and a yang domain. Only by combining yin and yang can we reach the pinnacle of cultivation. We're a perfect match made in heaven. Under such circumstances, what else can we make breakthroughs other than through dual cultivation? Eve explained. They were already an old couple, so there was no need to hide anything. And Lin was caught off guard, and he was feeling a little uncomfortable. Right at this moment, Eve asked with an expectant expression, Spokesperson and Lin, you're extremely powerful. Would you be able to give me some guidance on dual cultivation with Adam? And Lin drew a sharp intake of breath as he stared at the two of them with astonishment etched on his face. Give them some guidance on dual cultivation? Were they going to watch their live stream and then give them some advice? That was way 2F** King exciting. Chapter 1202. You guys can explore on your own. I still have some business to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer. And Lin looked at Adam and Eve with a disdainful expression before grabbing onto Tina's little hand. Little nah. No, Goddess Tina, let's go. Tina faltered slightly before unleashing a spatial spell technique to teleport the two of them away. Adam looked on as the two of them disappeared. Why do I feel like they're giving us the cold shoulder? Eve, it's all your fault for being too direct. What if you piss off Goddess Tina and Spokesperson and Lin? Eve pouted with an aggrieved expression. I didn't want this to happen. How was I supposed to know that Spokesperson and Lin would have such a strong reaction when we showed him our dual cultivation scrolls? He's always been very kind and easy to talk to. A hint of wisdom flashed through Adam's eyes. Spokesperson and Lin must have his reasons for doing this. Perhaps he wants us to rely on our own efforts to explore and break through this barrier. That's the correct attitude in pursuing Tao. Then should we go and explore it again? Eve's eyes shimmered like a pair of rippling eyes. Huh. Again, Adam's legs trembled. Didn't we already do it once today? The path to Tao is a long one, so how can we stop here? We have to forge ahead with all our might. How can we slack off? Eve spoke with conviction. A conflicted expression appeared on Adam's face. At this moment, Eve had already grabbed onto his arm roughly. Come on, Adam. Oh, all right, xia. Adam struggled momentarily before being dragged into the tower by Eve in the end. Up above the clouds, and Lin and Tina fell silent as they looked on at the two of them, flying into the tower. I didn't believe in the past that couples were arranged by the heavens, but I have no choice but to believe it now. And Lin broke the silence with a murmur. I didn't arrange for them to be like this, Tina retorted. And Lin spoke with an excited expression. Think about it. Adam and Eve were born as a boy and a girl, so they had no other partners to choose from. They can only choose to be with each other. Since the moment they were born, they have a partner. Don't you think this is arranged? Tina was at a loss for words. Also, the domain I've comprehended now is a yin and yang domain. I can actually raise my cultivation through dual cultivation. Think about it. Which Tao companion is like them? Being husband and wife, doing the things that a husband-wife does, can raise one's realm. And Lin said with an excited expression, "This is the immortal cultivation, couple recognized by the heavens. I'm so jealous of a single dog like me." Single dog? Don't you have celestial maiden Xiaolan? Xiaolan, are you willing to dual cultivate with me? And Lin asked, Tina, that's true. That's why I'm so envious. And Lin sighed. They even transcended the heavenly tribulation together. Not only that, but they even kissed during the heavenly tribulation. They can even do such a perverse thing. How can they say that they're not the ideal, dog-torturing couple arranged by God? You're making more and more sense. Tina's emerald eyes glowed with a peculiar light. I and Lin am so exceptional and invincible, but when it comes to dual cultivation, I have to admit that there's still a huge gap between me and Adam and Eve. And Lin sighed with melancholy. I suddenly want to break them up. Tina murmured. That's right. And Lin nodded. Wait. He abruptly turned around with a horrified expression. What did you just say? An innocent smile appeared on Tina's face. Think about it. Wouldn't it be fun, exhilarating, and exciting for me to break up such a loving couple? And Lin laid a hand on Tina's smooth forehead. You don't have a fever. What's wrong, little Na? How did the innocent and pure little Na become a radical member of the FFF team? I'm fine. I'm just thinking that perhaps this pair of lovers was created by the subconscious consciousness of the world. Then, if I, the heaven with its own consciousness, separate them, wouldn't feel like fighting against the heavens? I'm really looking forward to the feeling of going against the heavens. An expectant expression appeared on Tina's face, and Lin swallowed. Little Na, I still feel like there's something wrong with you. Sigh, let's not talk about this anymore. The sun has already set. Let's go and see just how powerful the celebrities of this world are. Tina decided to skip this topic. She grabbed onto Lin's hand and teleported them to the front of a dazzling outdoor stage. And Lin and Tina hovered slightly in the air and sat in the best viewing positions. A vast crowd had already gathered behind them and on both sides of the stage. And Lin estimated that there were over 100,000 people here. All of them waved the glow sticks in their hands and yelled the name Xiangzi. Who is this Xiangzi? And Lin asked with a curious expression. She's the best singing immortal in the human race. Tina pulled out a sofa and leaned against Lin while also waving a glow stick in her hand. She was in her human form, and her long and slender legs were swinging slightly in the air beneath her green fairy dress. She didn't have any makeup on, but her face was glowing and radiant, giving her an extremely beautiful appearance. The stars were dazzling and the lights were dazzling, but she seemed to have gathered all of the light of heaven and earth into her body, making her the most dazzling existence. This was a unique disposition, the disposition of a true god. It was a pity that no one could see her. And Lin was a little dazed as he murmured to himself, singing immortal? What an unfamiliar term. You'll know when she comes out, Tina said in a mysterious voice. Soon, all of the lights suddenly dimmed. The hundreds of thousands of people on the field all quieted down in tacit agreement. The entire venue fell completely silent. An ethereal, pleasant voice sounded from within the darkness. The voice was like a lover's hands caressing one's face and one's chest, making one feel relaxed from the inside out. And Lin's heart stirred upon hearing this. This voice was quite good. The enchanting ballad began to spread throughout the venue. The words were very peculiar, and one couldn't remember a single word, even if they listened carefully, but one could sense a peculiar, intent realm from it. It was as if one could see a young woman who had traversed countless mountains and rivers, singing along the way. The intent realm spread out before one's body, making them feel as if they were in the same realm as the woman's voice. Encountering a rainbow sea, flying on a flying fish, looking up at a tall, snowy mountain, flying over its summit on a white crane. Facing a vast and desolate desert, they were able to sing and dance with joy. That's right, it was as if all of the obstacles in this world were worthy of singing and dancing. And Lin had unwittingly fallen into this type of state, and his thoughts had become extremely clear. At the end of the song, a woman with long red hair sat on the edge of a cliff. She looked up at the setting sun and hummed the ballad. The setting sun burned the fiery clouds, and the forest danced in the sky. The two colors blended harmoniously with the clear and melodious song, which was the complete opposite of the melancholy of the setting sun. Instead, it was extremely light and carefree. Gradually, the song came to an end. A beautiful young woman with long red hair that fell to her waist, a sharp nose bridge, and a pair of curved eyes appeared on the stage with a sweet smile on her face. And Lin came to his senses with an expression of astonishment. I felt like I was struck by a sense of enlightenment while listening to her song. That's amazing. Impressive, isn't it? Tina said with a dainty smile. This is the power of the number one singing immortal. At this moment, the sound of Shiyangzi reverberated throughout the entire venue. Over 100,000 people were her fanatical fans, and all of them were shouting at the top of their lungs. No wonder you said that celebrities are the third most popular occupation. A singer that can enlighten a cultivator on the path of Tao is invaluable, and Lin exclaimed. Not only that, but mortals who listen to her songs can also strengthen their bodies and get rid of some minor ailments. Some mortals can even get rid of chronic illnesses and cure terminal illnesses. Tina listed the benefits of listening to the song immortals sing, and Lin was dumbstruck as he listened on. Listening to songs could not only help one cultivate, but could also cure terminal illnesses? That was absolutely incredible. The bar for becoming a celebrity is very high, right? You have to be at least an exceptional cultivator to have the same effect as Xiangzi, right? And Lin asked. Tina wagged a finger with a faint smile. No, take Xiangzi for example. She's only a mortal who can't cultivate. And Lin. Chapter 1203. How could this be? How could a mortal be able to do this? And Lin was in disbelief. At this moment, Xiangzi was already waving her little hand at the audience. Long time no see, everyone. Which song would you like to hear next? Yell out the name of the song, and I'll choose the one with the most support. Xiangzi extended the microphone to the audience of over 100,000 with a dainty smile. Immediately afterward, over 100,000 people began to yell out different song titles. 10 seconds later, all right, I got it. The song with the most votes of 35,782 is First Experience in Love. Xiangzi stood on her tiptoes, and countless dazzling lights shone down on her. Her clothes transformed into a pure white princess dress, and she spun around on the spot with her red hair dancing in the wind and her white dress blossoming like a white lotus. The music also began to play at this moment. And Lin turned to look at Tina with shock in his eyes. You said she's immortal. Just the fact that she was able to obtain a single-digit number of votes from over 100,000 people was not something that a human could do. At the very least, one would have to be at the soul formation stage to be able to determine this with their divine sense. There's a type of technology known as the quantum sound processor. Tina pointed at the little earbud in Xiangzi's left ear. That thing has a lot of functions. And Lin's expression faltered slightly upon hearing this. Xiangzi's first experience in love was very pleasing to the ears. Listening to the song made one feel as if they had found the feeling of their first love. Don't ask Lin why he felt this way. This was the concept behind the song. After the song concluded, another wave of cheers erupted from the audience. And Lin and Tina looked at each other with flushed faces, and their hearts were also racing. "It's very powerful, right?" Tina asked. "It's quite powerful, but is this something that a mortal can do?" And Lin felt as if his intelligence had been insulted. Tina smiled. "Every single mortal is not ordinary in the true sense of the word. They can also become dazzling enough. For example, what Shi Yangzi can influence you with is her spiritual power. This doesn't require a powerful consciousness. She's merely transmitting her spiritual power to you so that you can attain enlightenment. Many cultivators who have cultivated for hundreds of years might become paranoid, confused, or even feel that there is no way out. Their thoughts are sometimes not even as thorough as a mortal's." The god of creation looked up at the woman on the stage with a sweet smile on her face as she waved her staff through the air. "Shi Yangzi is the most outstanding representative of all of the celebrities on the stage. She's like a bright lamp that can illuminate a corner that you haven't discovered. She's also like a rain that can wash away your dusty heart." And Lin fell into deep thought as he looked at the dazzling girl on the stage and praised, rather than calling her a singer, it's better to call her a doctor. A concert can allow hundreds of thousands of people to receive treatment, be it mortals or cultivators. They can all benefit from it. Moreover, this is a form of enjoyment. Tina continued, "So now do you know why celebrities are so popular? Sometimes they're even more revered than cultivators. Of course, the barrier to entry is also very high. But I still don't understand why their spiritual power is able to affect me." And Lin thought back to his experiences on Earth or the Kingdom of the Nine States, but he had never seen any mortals with this kind of talent. Tina pointed at the ball-like figure on the stage with a faint smile. "That's a spiritual resonance processor, invented by Seth, the ninth son of Adam and Eve." And Lin faltered slightly before clapping his hands. "What a genius!" Tina seemed to have thought of something, and she couldn't help but burst into laughter. If Adam and Eve were the model couple arranged by God, then wouldn't Seth be the model single dog arranged by God? All 8 of his children have been paired off, and he's the only single one. And Lin thought about it carefully and realized that this was indeed the case. The power of being single is truly great. Thousands of years have passed, but he's still single. He's fallen in love with science and doesn't care about love at all. Tina's voice was tinged with a hint of respect. That's a true genius in research. And Lin analyzed, only scientific research can make him happy, and only scientific results can make him climax. Thus, the two of them sat on the sofa and listened to the concert for the entire night. The concert concluded. Shi Yangzi was drenched in sweat as she lay on a chair in the lounge, gulping down large mouthfuls of Garden of Eden apple juice with a forlorn expression on her face. "Huff, huff, I'm so tired." A woman's languid and exhausted voice sounded. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks suddenly sounded on the door. "Who is it?" Shi Yangzi pouted with displeasure. She was a little angry that someone had come to disturb her when she was so tired, but she still reluctantly opened the door. She was then greeted by the sight of an unfamiliar man smiling at her. "Hello, Shi Yangzi," the man greeted in a warm voice. "Huh? Who are you?" Shi Yangzi's face paled as she stumbled back a couple of steps before grabbing an electric shock device. "Don't misunderstand. My name is Lin, and I'm a fan of yours," the man explained. "So he really is a fan." Shi Yangzi pursed her lips, and tears were about to fall from her eyes. What the hell are the security doing these days? How could they let a crazy fan barge in? "Don't come near me, or I'll electrocute you to death." And Lin, how was he supposed to explain that he was a fan? It seemed to have backfired. Shi Yangzi was as nervous as a frightened deer, and she hurriedly retreated into a corner while preparing to call for reinforcements. And Lin stood at the entrance with an awkward expression, wondering if he had opened the door the wrong way and if he should try again. At this moment, Shi Yangzi's eyes gradually lit up. "Wait, you look a little familiar." Shi Yangzi stared at Lin with a blank expression before taking a deep breath. Did you just say your name is Enlin? Enlin nodded upon hearing this. Spokesperson Enlin? Enlin? Shiyangzi's eyes widened as she asked, and Lin nodded with a speechless expression. I am indeed spokesperson Enlin. Shiyangzi drew a sharp intake of breath. Ah, and Lin was given a fright by the young woman's scream. Are you trying to kill a pig? My God, I was wondering why you looked so much like spokesperson Enlin, so you're Enlin himself. My God, I finally get to meet you. Shiyangzi's cheeks were flushed with excitement, and she made her way over to Enlin with light footsteps. It's a little abrupt, but I really like you. Can you give me an autograph? Shiyangzi asked with excitement in her eyes. What a coincidence. I actually want an autograph from you as well, and Lin replied. Everyone instantly fell silent. Shiyangzi patted her little chest and finally managed to catch her breath. My God, spokesperson and Lin wants an autograph from me? I'm not dreaming, am I? This is not a dream. You sing really well. Oh, and I want 2 autographs. The 2 of them exchanged autographs. Prior to departing, Enlin gave a low-rank spirit fruit to Shiyangzi. This fruit could extend one's lifespan and significantly enhance one's constitution. The bright moon hung high in the sky, and Lin and Tina stood in midair with an autograph in each of their hands. Who would have thought that Shiyangzi would be able to sing so well? Even your autograph is so beautiful, and Lin praised. Hee, what a wonderful night. Tina put away the autograph with an elated expression. What do we do next? And Lin stroked his chin. By the way, what did we come to this world for? Everyone suddenly fell silent. Tina and Enlin looked at each other with thoughtful expressions. The Void Spirit Tribe is rebelling. Tina let loose a cry of surprise, and Lin's expression shifted. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and do something. The 2 of them had almost forgotten what they were supposed to do after arriving at human territory. Tina immediately unleashed a spell technique to instantly teleport the 2 of them to Void Spirit Tribe territory. Chapter 1204. I didn't come here to convince you that I'm God's spokesperson. Another earth-shattering boom erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The Void Spirit King chortled with glee as he stood up. Destroying and devouring the 10 intelligent tribes is the mission and responsibility of our Void Spirit Tribe since ancient times. With the blessings of the goddess, we are one step closer to our great goal. The Poison Spirit King has made his move. He is a super powerful being at the Soul Formation final stage and possesses a unique poison dragon drill. Not only is it extremely powerful, but it also has the ability to tear one's consciousness apart. Even the Void Spirit King has to be wary of it. Last time, the Poison Spirit King's poison dragon drill tore through his soul and killed him. And Lin spoke in an indifferent voice as he walked toward the palace gate with everyone else as if they were mere ants. I am the goddess spokesperson, Enlin, and I command all Void Spirit Tribe brethren. Hurry up and come out to greet me. The Void Spirit King finally floated out of the palace with a dozen or so soul formation, final stage Void Spirit Tribe, powerful beings trailing behind him. When the divine flame palm disappeared, the Poison Spirit King had already disappeared. However, at this moment, Enlin raised his hands high into the air, and a real sun appeared in the sky. Golden energy exploded forth. I think you've misunderstood something, Enlin said in an indifferent voice. This is a divine punishment that will be unleashed upon the entire Void Spirit Tribe, all 89,657,729 living beings, to cleanse you of the seeds of chaos and conflict. Enlin raised his hands high into the air, and the sun in the sky suddenly split into countless specks of light. The specks of light then fell upon the world before disappearing. A soul formation stage, Void Spirit Tribe, powerful being with ice emanating from his body, roared as he pounced toward Enlin. the legendary god spokesperson in Lin. My god, why can't you learn from your mistakes? I am the spokesperson of the goddess, and insulting me is the same as insulting the goddess. Why must I use this method to prove myself? All of a sudden, a ball of golden flames ignited in the hearts of all the void spirit, tribe, powerful beings. Haha, we only worship the goddess, only the heavens. No living being can replace her. Even if you really were sent here by her, you can't replace her. The void spirit king's voice was firm. Even if you kill me, I won't change my mind. Our clan's territory shrank from 3,700,000 square kilometers to 3,500,000 square kilometers last year, a reduction of 200,000 square kilometers. Now, it has only shrunk by 150,000 square kilometers in a year, a significant decrease. The light of hope is right in front of us. This was the largest main city of the Void Spirit Tribe, and hundreds of thousands of Void Spirit Tribe living beings all turned toward the direction of the king's palace, where flames were soaring into the sky. It was a chaotic and twisted land. Colors were changing in the sky, and strange songs were drifting in the air. Black shadows were faintly discernible, strange and ethereal. All of them had heard of Spokesperson and Lin's fearsome reputation. But this was the first time this legendary spokesperson had ever set foot in the Void Spirit Tribe's territory. It's not your fault that you didn't respond to the goddess call to fight in the other world. However, the goddess said that she wanted peace, but you launched a frenzied war against the other tribes. The goddess sent Wei Ji here to exchange ideas, but you tortured him to death 99 times. The dazzling flames were like a sun, illuminating the entire main city. Some of the undead that were afraid of the sun were already trembling in fear in a corner. Screams and roars of horror erupted from the Void Spirit Tribe living beings, on top of a huge palace made entirely out of the bones of the undead. A soul formation stage, Void Spirit Tribe, powerful being, was flattened with a single slap. Scorching divine flames melted the ice on its body, and it was incinerated into wisps of smoke amid a heart-wrenching cry of anguish. The crystal skull grinned. Wiki, who faked the goddess's command, doesn't dare to approach us anymore. This is another huge victory for us. The Void Spirit King's expression shifted drastically upon hearing this, and a dozen or so powerful Void Spirit Tribe living beings let loose cries of surprise and excitement. All of the Void Spirit Tribe living beings' expressions shifted as well, and Lin remained expressionless as he unleashed another slap toward the inky black drill. The palace's formation was broken. Insult the messenger of God. Die. And Lin waved a hand through the air, and divine flames materialized into a palm that slammed toward the Void Spirit Tribe, powerful being. A man enshrouded in divine flames strode toward the palace. His fearsome power had finally intimidated some of the Void Spirit Tribe living beings. Your spokesperson, Enlin? The Void Spirit King stared at Enlin with its 100 eyes. That's me. Seeing me is like seeing the goddess of creation. Hurry up and pay your respects. Enlin clasped his hands behind his back with a disdainful expression. The Void Spirit King and all of the Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings' expressions shifted slightly upon hearing this. However, there were still some Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings who were not afraid of Enlin. All of the Void Spirit Tribe living beings were dumbstruck as they stared blankly at the miraculous scenes unfolding before their eyes. The entire continent was shaken. Rumble, it's the same for the number of warriors sacrificed. Last year, we sacrificed 60,000 warriors. Now we've only sacrificed 53,000 warriors. The other 10 great clans can't hold on much longer. The sound of explosions suddenly erupted from outside. Goddess bless us, this is really a joyous occasion. The Void Spirit King cocked its head to the side in confusion. He had insta-killed a soul formation stage, Void Spirit Tribe, powerful being with a single palm. Goddess, 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 bam! The massive golden divine flame's palm was imbued with terrifying, scorching temperatures, and it pulverized the indestructible drill before engulfing the poisoned Spirit King as well. A spirit body enshrouded in poisonous mist transformed into an inky black drill before roaring and hurtling toward Lin, leaving a gargantuan trench in the ground in its wake. You'll be in charge of the mission to conquer this world and kill all 10 intelligent tribes, the Void Spirit King said in an indifferent voice. Hence, I've come here to announce your crimes, and then announce divine punishment. This was the first time a complete sun had appeared in the Void Spirit Tribe territory. Some of the Void Spirit Tribe living beings were even twisting their bodies like seaweed to express their excitement and joy. Their voices reverberated throughout heaven and earth. I only respect the mighty goddess. One Wei Ji was enough, and now Lin has appeared as well. Do you really think I'll believe you? Die, poison dragon drill. It absorbed the flames in the sky and lit up the entire world. A vast and mighty voice erupted throughout the entire territory. Unless you can make her appear here in person, the Void Spirit King added. What bullsh, *T divine messenger. Die. A Void Spirit Tribe powerful being with a body that was as twisted as glue sat on a throne with a ferocious light flashing in the hundreds of eyes on its head. A dozen or so Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings with extremely powerful auras hovered in the air, staring at the humanoid crystal skeleton kneeling before the throne. Another insta-kill. All of the Void Spirit Tribe powerful beings within the palace burst into laughter upon hearing this, and the air was instantly filled with a joyful atmosphere. Void Spirit King, our Void Spirit Tribe territory has shrunk from 3,500,000 square kilometers last year to 3,350,000 square kilometers this year, and we've sacrificed 53,000 Void Spirit Tribe warriors. The Crystal Skeleton reported. Chapter 1205. All of the Void Spirit Tribe living beings were astonished to discover that a ball of flames had been ignited in their hearts. The golden flames had no physical substance, but they truly existed. Ah, what did you do to us? An expression of horror finally appeared on the Void Spirit King's face as he stared at Lin in shock. And Lin's body slowly rose into the air, as if he were a paramount god looking down upon all living beings. I've already told you, I'm here to announce your sins and then unleash divine punishment upon you. There's a ball of flames in each of your hearts now. If you can truly come to your senses and repent with all your heart, then this ball of flames will disappear. Otherwise, and Lin flew higher and higher, and his body gradually disappeared. Otherwise what? The Void Spirit King asked in a panicked voice. There was no reply as Lin had already disappeared. The hundreds of thousands of Void Spirit Tribe living beings in the main city were in a state of panic. My God, what will happen if we don't come to our senses and repent? Don't leave your words unfinished. Spokesperson Shin, please come back and finish what you have to say. I'm going to die from obsessive-compulsive disorder. Thus, spokesperson Lin disappeared before he could finish his sentence. However, this was like a seed that quickly spread throughout the Void Spirit Tribe. Not only were the Void Spirit Tribe living beings in the main city aware of spokesperson Lin's words, but even the Void Spirit Tribe living beings outside the city also learned of Lin's words. There was a ball of flames in each and every Void Spirit Tribe living being's heart. So this was an important matter that concerned all Void Spirit Tribe living beings. And Lin's words naturally spread like wildfire, and they instantly spread throughout the entire realm. Under the stars, Tina and Lin silently looked on as the situation unfolded. What is that ball of golden flames? Didn't you say that we can't forcibly intervene in matters between races on a large scale? Otherwise, it'll result in conflicting orders and the opposite effect? And Lin asked with curiosity. That's right, even he didn't know what that ball of flames was. I didn't intervene on a large scale. The golden flames are actually just a simple projection. They have no physical form, so they won't have any effect on the Void Spirit Tribe living beings, Tina replied with a smile. Will this really work? And Lynn was a little puzzled. It's useful. Every time they see this ball of flame, they will reflect on themselves. The flame is like a mirror warning them and subtly influencing them, making them make a choice. Tina's eyes shimmered with a peculiar ripple as she continued. From now on, I'm going to make up for all the mistakes I've made. I'm going to erase all of them bit by bit. In the past, she was the one who had created the spirit-engulfing beasts whose mission was to devour highly intelligent beings. Now, the evolved Void Spirit Tribe had inherited the spirit-engulfing beasts mission, and this was not a good thing. It was best to erase all the coercive factors so that a race could develop normally. And Lynn and Tina left the divine mirror world. This matter was not something that could be completed in a short period of time. They still needed to wait for the matter to ferment. The sun was warm, and a cool breeze blew. A series of fireworks exploded in the sky. Colorful ribbons hung on the green trees, dancing in the breeze. It was time for the new students to enter the new semester. One prodigy after another from the Kingdom of the 9 States and even the Tai Chu continent walked into the gates of Xiaoxian United University with longing and yearning in their hearts. Vice Principal Yuhua wore a wide smile on his face as he looked at the enrollment list. Ha ha ha. The quality of the new students this year is a lot better than last year. There are 3 spirit nurturing stage prodigies, and 80% of them are high-rank Dao body stage prodigies. The Celestial Court is truly fortunate. Vice Principal Yuhua heaved a long sigh with emotion. Come on. Madagascar adjusted his red-rimmed glasses with an indifferent expression. They're all here for Enlin's fame. Who doesn't want to get to know that superstar of the Tai Chu continent? Perhaps they'll all go to the 4-9 Immortal sect after they graduate. Vice Principal Yuhua's lips twitched. Setting everything else aside, the 4-9 Immortal sect isn't going to be able to recruit so many people. Madagascar crossed his long, well-proportioned legs with a smile. Indeed, the Celestial Court won't be able to recruit that many people. Vice Principal Yuhua, sigh, now that you mention it, I really can't bring myself to be happy. Vice Principal Yuhua lay down on his chair and looked up at the sky through the ceiling. Lu Qianhuan, Tang Shimin, Xian Yuan Cheng, Su Qianyin, Su Xiaolan, Yao Mingxi Yao Xiao. These are all exceptional young talents, but they've either been scouted away by the 4-9 Immortal sect or booked in advance. It's as if the university is helping them cultivate their talents. Vice Principal Yuhua was very depressed. It doesn't really matter. A faint smile appeared on Madagascar's face as he said, I wouldn't be happy with anyone else, but I think Enlin is fine as the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect. After all, he's a member of the Celestial Court. Those prodigies definitely won't forget about our Celestial Court when they go to the 4-9 Immortal sect. Vice Principal Yuhuan nodded before pulling out a stuffed bun and munching on it with relish. It's just a pity that I won't be able to eat such delicious stuffed buns after he leaves. Chef God and Lin's restaurant will be open for business as usual, Madagascar said. I don't have any money. I'm not one of those immortals from the Celestial Court who have a mine. I'm just an ordinary principal who doesn't have the fortune to enjoy supreme cuisine. Vice Principal Yuhua rolled his eyes. All the new students were enrolled. They didn't ask where their dorm rooms were. Instead, they asked, Where's Senior and Lin's dorm room? Where's Senior and Lin's dorm room? Hurry up and take me to see the Lord of Transcendence. And Lin put on a simple disguise and held on to Xiaolan's hand as they wandered around the campus. As he looked at all the fresh-faced students, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. He wasn't just a legend in the school anymore. He felt like he had become the most popular person in the school. If he accidentally revealed his true self, he would be surrounded by a crowd of people. Look, and Lin, This is the place where we first met." Su Xiaolan pointed toward a large, lush tree outside the gate, and Lin stared at the tree, and it felt like the events of 4 years ago had just happened yesterday. He smiled. "That's right, that was the first time I saw a celestial maiden, and the first time I spoke to a celestial maiden." A faint blush appeared on Su Xiaolan's face upon hearing this, and she harumphed lightly, as if she was blaming Lin for his glib tongue. However, the smile on her face betrayed her thoughts. She suddenly said, "That's right, I even heard someone say woof woof twice. At the time, I was thinking that that person was like a dog." "And Lin, how can you still remember such trivial matters?" "First encounters are very beautiful and unforgettable," Su Xiaolan gloated. And Lin held onto Su Xiaolan's soft hand and raised it with a smile. That person was indeed like a dog, but he wasn't a single dog. Instead, he was a loyal and vicious dog that would stay by your side for the rest of his life. Su Xiaolan's mouth gaped open as she stared blankly at Lin. The blush on her face had yet to fade, but now it was even more pronounced, and her face was as red as an apple. After being bombarded by Lin's words, Su Xiaolan was finally defeated once again. Chapter 1206. What was a vicious dog? If anyone dared to bully Su Xiaolan, Lin would pounce on them and bite them to death. Su Xiaolan was extremely tempted by Lin's words, and she walked forward with her head lowered while holding tightly onto Lin's hand. Whether or not your words are true depends on your actions. And Lin chuckled, but he knew that she was being stubborn, so he didn't respond. At this time, it was futile to say anything. All he had to do was accompany her. Thus, the 5th year students began. This was the final year of the United University of Cultivation, and this year they were taught how to survive, how to battle powerful enemies, and how to observe and explore the path of Tao. Combat was Lin's forte, and he felt like there was no teacher who could teach him that. After all, the title of War God of the Celestial Court wasn't just for show. He had earned it through battle. Observing and exploring the path of Tao was even more difficult to teach. After all, Lin didn't even know what kind of immortal he was cultivating, so how was he supposed to know anything about Tao? He had observed a lot of the true intent of Tao from other mighty figures, but that wasn't the Tao that he was pursuing, and Lin could already envision how this year was going to go. He could only hope that the divine pill and divine tool would be ready as soon as possible. Only then would he be able to progress to the return to void stage before graduation. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have the face to graduate. The enchanting morning sun spilled through the window. Xiao Hong had already begun to sing a sweet morning song. "Master, a new day has begun. Let's do some exercise together." As she spoke, she began to sway her graceful waist, singing and swaying at the same time. And Lin opened his sleepy eyes and was immediately struck by the sight of the writhing green stalk outside the window, and he was terrified that it would snap. "Big brother in, have you decided on the candidates for the Heavenly Peach Banquet? Woof!" Debai's eyes widened with curiosity. He was also very interested in the first banquet of the Celestial Court. "I have. I'll read them to you," and Lin replied with a smile. Debai immediately sat down obediently, his face filled with nervousness and anticipation. Even if there were only 2 spots available, it would still be able to get one, considering its friendship with Lin. But now that Lin had officially announced the 20 names, it was still very nervous. That's right, the 7 celestial maidens had successfully convinced the Celestial Darch and his wife to increase the number of Heavenly Peach banquet spots from 10 to 20. As such, the Celestial Darch had even sent a voice transmission talisman to express his condolences to Lin. And Lin broke out in a cold sweat, but in the end he managed to fool the Celestial Darch. And Lin cleared his throat before making an announcement. There are a total of 20 people participating in the Celestial Court's Heavenly Peach Banquet in the name of the 4-9 Immortal Sect. They are Enlin, Su Xiaolan, Xianyuan Cheng, Su Qianyun, Lu Qianhuan Bai Ling, Xiao Zhe, Xiao Tu, Tang Shimin, Long Outyan, Xiao Hong, Little Tian, Xiao Chou, Bai Yao, Little Na, Little Gu, Yiling, Little Lang Bryce. Gulp. Dabai was extremely nervous. There was only one spot left, and Lin looked at Dabai with a hint of a smile on his face. Zhao Huayin, boom! Dabai's head exploded as if a bolt of lightning had struck him, and he stared blankly at Enlin. Zhao Huayin, my former master, Dabai. Enlin extended a hand. Dabai let loose a cry of excitement as he pounced toward Enlin and scratched Enlin's chest with his little paws. Big brother, and you baddie. You're scaring me on purpose, woof. Thus, the spots for the Heavenly Peach Banquet were decided. Everyone was looking forward to the day of the Heavenly Peach Banquet. Within the holy glacial lands, the snow maidens and evil dragons had already retreated from this perilous realm. Frosty winds suddenly blew from the depths of the holy glacial lands, sweeping through the entire continent for millions of kilometers. In the wind-plain state of the Kingdom of the Nine States, it was already snowing even before winter had arrived. In the western region of the opposite shore realm, where the snow maidens resided, large snowflakes began to fall from the gloomy sky. Many of the snow maidens couldn't help but dance upon seeing the snowflakes that they hadn't seen for a long time. Within the newly constructed snow god's palace, Shangguan opened her tightly shut eyes, upon which black ice crystals were being destroyed and reconstructed within her golden pupils. A smile appeared on High Priestess Meng Ji's face. My good disciple, you've already absorbed 10% of the Ice Matriarch's soul aura and progressed to the return to void stage, so you can cultivate the mystic techniques of the Ice Matriarch now. Shangguan bowed slightly before turning toward the northeast. I can't help but feel like something's amiss at our ancestral ground. A comforting smile appeared on Meng Ji's face. No matter how dangerous it doesn't have anything to do with us. Could the Arctic glacial lands even reach the opposite shore realm? Don't forget this is... Boom! An earth-shattering boom suddenly erupted. Immediately afterward, heaven and earth quaked violently. Crap! Our enchantment barrier has been smashed through by a snow mountain that has fallen from the sky. A snow maiden outside the palace let loose a cry of surprise. Meng Ji. All of the snow maidens ran out of the palace and were all dumbstruck by the sight of the gargantuan snow mountain that pierced into the clouds. Who threw that snow mountain? How did that thing destroy the enchantment barrier set up by the great empress? A woman in an imperial robe stepped through the air and looked at the snow mountain with a grave expression. Meng Ji asked nervously, what happened? The great empress' brows furrowed. You might not believe me. This snow mountain was thrown here by the frosty winds that ravaged for millions of kilometers from the depths of the holy glacial lands. All of the snow maidens drew a sharp intake of breath. The frosty winds threw a mountain here? What a joke! How could such a tall snow mountain be blown up by a gust of wind? The wind is indeed very special. Not only is it extremely powerful, but it is also imbued with a very peculiar power. That power was imbued upon the snow mountain, thereby allowing it to smash through my enchantment barrier. But I don't know if that wind is a naturally occurring power, or if it's man-made. The great empress' brows furrowed slightly as she looked at the snow mountain in the distance. A burst of frosty air pierced through the air before landing on the snow mountain, making the surrounding area within a radius of 5 kilometers even colder. The power imbued upon the snow mountain has disappeared? If it's a naturally occurring power, then it's just bad luck. But if it's man-made, then it's far too terrifying. The power of the wind is extremely precise, powerful, and indestructible. There's also a power that even I can't fathom. If something like that is targeting us, then it's very worrying. The great empress' concern was written all over her face. If something is targeting us, then why would it throw a snow mountain at us? Meng Ji was perplexed. Just as they were speaking, the great empress' expression shifted drastically. Be careful. All of the snow maidens turned toward the sky in the distance. Another massive snow mountain was hurtling toward them from afar. Again, the great Empress' expression shifted as she unleashed a palm toward the snow mountain. A massive palm imbued with her power of the divine Tao encompassed the entire snow mountain for several dozen kilometers, as if it were trying to send it flying with a single palm strike. However, in the next instant, the snow mountain pierced through the massive palm, completely unscathed. Boom! In the next instant, the snow mountain crashed through the enchantment barrier before crashing into the Snow Maiden's territory. Some of the Snow Maidens who didn't have time to escape were forever trapped beneath the snow mountain. All of the Snow Maidens stared blankly at the scenes unfolding before their eyes. Even an idiot would know that this was no coincidence. They had definitely been targeted. Right at this moment, a few more black figures appeared in the distance, and they grew larger and larger as they drew closer and closer. Another snow mountain. Run! The great Empress yelled, and the sound of retreat echoed throughout the entire Snow Maiden territory. All of the Snow Maidens fled in panic, but one snow mountain after another continued to crash down upon the Snow Maiden territory. This was another devastating disaster. The pitiful Snow Maidens had no choice but to continue fleeing toward the inner regions of the opposite shore realm. Chapter 1207. Hey, did you hear? Something big happened to the Snow Maidens again. Some of the students who were well informed spoke with excitement. What happened? I heard that a few dozen snowy mountains suddenly fell from the sky of the holy glacial lands and killed tens of thousands of Snow Maidens. Gasp! What's going on? I don't know. I heard that even the great Empress doesn't know what happened. It's so strange. The Snow Maidens really are a tribe that is plagued by misfortune. So you're feeling sorry for your enemies now? Don't you think it's a pity that so many beautiful big sisters died just like that? I'm just wondering why the Snow Maidens have been so unlucky recently. It's bad enough that they lost their homes, but now they're half dead from being smashed by a snowy mountain from their home, and Lin fell into deep thought as he listened to his classmates' discussions. Throwing snowy mountains at Snow Maidens? What kind of personality was that? He couldn't help but be a little concerned about Sister Shangguani. He wondered how she was doing. The last time he had seen her was in the ancient Tai Chu realm. At that time, her hair had already become white, and her eyes had also become golden, giving off a very similar feeling to High Priestess Mengji. Could it be that she had fallen deeper and deeper into the Snow Maiden's territory and was unable to turn back? I have to find a chance to visit Shangguan Yi with the Snow Maidens in the future. And Lin looked out the window and murmured to himself. Days passed by one after another. The heavenly peach banquet of the celestial court drew closer and closer. All of the powers on the Tai Chu continent that were on good terms with the celestial court all set off for the banquet. All of the higher-ups on the entire continent seemed to be bustling with activity again, and Lin was still leisurely attending classes at the university. After being forcefully surrounded by his juniors for a while, the situation finally eased a little. He was no longer being chased and intercepted when he went out, and the atmosphere was a lot more relaxed than before. He wasn't averse to the fanaticism of his underclassmen. On the contrary, he cherished this experience very much. After all, he was going to leave this school soon. After graduation, the days of being worshipped and admired by all of the students would most likely be gone forever. In the future, he might be able to reach the heights of the celestial court's god of war, Erlingshin. What's more, he might even reach the heights of the celestial court's 5 emperors. But even so, for the students on campus, it might just be a little more yearning for the legendary figure, but it would definitely be a little less intimate. After all, no student would dare to send a love letter to the 5 emperors of the celestial court. However, and Lin had received quite a number of them. There were males, females, humans, and other races. Perhaps it was because they were all students here, and Enlin was easy to talk to. One morning, Enlin, Su Xiaolan, Xian Yuancheng, and Su Qianyun ran to the top of the mountain in the school. They looked at the scenery of the school from afar, sipped tea, and discussed Tao. Xianyuan Cheng looked up at the rising sun in the distance with his bright eyes, and he heaved a faint sigh. We're like the rising sun in the east. We're full of vigor and vitality, but we're not at our most dazzling moment yet. Su Qianyin seemed to have sensed something, and a yearning smile appeared on her face. Perhaps I'll also be able to become a bright moon in the sky like Big Sister Chang, eat and become the most dazzling being in the darkness of the night. Oi, Su Qianyin, don't forget that there's only one moon in the world. Are you trying to steal Chang Yi's job? And Lin was given a fright by Su Qianyun's words. However, Su Xiaolan suddenly smiled. I think there's nothing wrong with Su Qianyun's words. There are no absolutes in this world. Aren't the rules of heaven and earth meant to be broken? And Lin, you were able to break the rules of the ancient dragon realm. So why can't Su Qianyun do the same? And Lin was a little speechless. Su Xiaolan sure was ambitious. That's right. As long as you're powerful enough, you'll be able to break through all obstacles. A hint of determination flashed through Xianyuan Cheng's eyes, and he clearly agreed with Su Xiaolan's words. However, Su Qianyin immediately waved her hands. It's not what you think. Big Sister Chang, Yi told me that if she becomes the moon goddess, she doesn't want to work anymore, and she's going to ask me to take over after she retires. That's why I'm looking forward to it. And Lin almost spat out the tea in his mouth. Su Xiaolan, Xianyuanqing, we're telling you to defy the natural order and fight with all our might, but you're telling us that you can rely on your connections? There was only one thought in their minds at this moment. It's so good to have a big sister. I heard that senior student Wang Xuanzhan is also on leave, and he's planning to come back to the university, Xianyuanqing said. Senior student Wang Xuanzhan has made countless contributions during the war against the Snow Maidens, and he's coming back with glory. I also want to go and see him. And Lin smiled. He doesn't have any regrets at the university anymore. Su Xiaolan sighed with emotion. Su Qianyin took a sip of her tea with a faint smile. I don't have any regrets either. I reached the soul formation stage before graduation and entered the university's Hall of Fame. Me too. I've successfully completed my goal of progressing to the soul formation stage and entering the university's Hall of Fame. Xianyuanqing smiled. A vibrant smile appeared on Su Xiaolan's face. I don't have any regrets either. I entered the university's Hall of Fame, progressed to the Return to Void stage, and broke the record for the fastest student to progress to the Return to Void stage. Su Qianyin and Xianyuanqing's hearts constricted upon hearing this. A dejected expression appeared on Lin's face. I do have some regrets, though. Even though I've entered the university's Hall of Fame and cleared the Immortal Spirit Tower once, I didn't progress to the Return to Void stage. I hope I can make it in time. Su Qianyin and Xianyuanqing suddenly felt as if their hearts were about to explode. Boss, please don't provoke me anymore. Can't we just have a cup of tea? Classmate and Lin, you've changed. You're no longer that adorable and simple youth, Xianyuanqing said with a disgruntled expression. I'm suddenly starting to miss Senior Tang Shimin. If he were here, I'd be a lot happier drinking tea. Su Qianyun's bright blue eyes were downcast, and she pouted like a pitiful kitten. She felt like she and Xianyuanqing had taken Tang Shimin's place, and it was quite a tragedy. Haha, we actually have a common regret. Su Xiaolan immediately spoke to divert everyone's attention. What is it? Xianyuanqing asked. Everyone turned to look at Su Xiaolan. Su Xiaolan smiled. We all know that the vice principal of the United University of Cultivation is Celestial Immortal Yuhua. But what about the principal of the United University of Cultivation? Have you ever met him? Everyone came to a sudden realization upon hearing this. That's right, I didn't even get to meet the principal, even after I graduated. That's a huge regret. I wonder what this principal is doing. He doesn't even exist. I heard that the principal is going to be attending the heavenly peach banquet. I really want to meet him so I can put an end to the regret of my time at the United University of Cultivation. And Lin and the others were all very excited at the mention of the principal, and they all began to speculate about what the principal did for a living. Just as everyone was chatting with one another, the sky gradually began to darken, and Lin suddenly stood up and looked up at the sky with a grave expression. The sky was originally clear and boundless, but at this moment it was gradually covered by dark clouds. Something's coming, and Lin spoke with a solemn expression. Su Xiaolan drew her sword. This living being is very powerful. Rumble! The cloud suddenly began to tremor violently. An incomparably huge body began to emerge from the clouds, revealing itself to the world. Its entire body was inky black and glossy, and it had an extremely streamlined fish body. There were 4 thick and short legs at the bottom, as well as a long tail with purple lightning revolving around it. Its body moved, and it crashed onto the ground of the school. Boom! The entire ground tremored violently. What the hell is that? And Lin was shocked. Anyone would be given a fright by the sudden appearance of a monster in the school. Xian Yuancheng had already risen into the air atop his sword. Let's go and have a look. Chapter 1208. That's a look of disdain, a look of condescension, a look of condescension. Su Xiaolan was the number 2 figure in the school, and everyone had heard of her. In all honesty, after disregarding its 4 short and thick legs and its sexy, sausage-like lips, this monster was like a massive black whale. A golden light flashed through in Lin's eyes, and invisible golden ripples proliferated outward, crashing violently into the black halo of light unleashed by the 4-legged whale, causing the black halo to twist and warp. Su Xiaolan was swept by Lin's divine might technique, and the pressure on her was instantly alleviated. Maybe it's not at the university, Su Qianyun speculated. Another burst of ethereal cries sounded. The 4 of them continued to approach the 4-legged whale. The 4-legged whale didn't say anything, and it rolled its eyes. The 4-legged whale glanced at Lin with an intrigued expression. What a terrifying taunt! Su Qianyin and Xian Yuancheng were only a kilometer away from the 4-legged whale. Haha, Godin really lives up to his reputation. So what if this great beast is powerful? With Godin at our university, it won't be able to do as it pleases. Look, it's senior student Lin. Some of the students were already yelling. All of the students who were approaching the whale collapsed to the ground as soon as they entered the black halo of light. They trembled uncontrollably and were unable to take another step forward. Su Xiaolan, which mighty figure is bored and came to our school to play? Su Xiaolan pursed her lips. Xian Yuancheng looked around. Where's Vice Principal Yuhua? It's such a big thing. Where did he go? The 4-legged whale's extremely human-like eyes allowed them to decipher too many things. Don't worry, teacher. I'm good at dealing with mighty figures like this. And Lin made an okay hand gesture with a smile before continuing to fly toward the 4-legged whale. The whale was tens of thousands of meters long, like a huge mountain range. As for Xian Yuancheng and Su Qianyin, they were the most handsome and the most beautiful girls in the school. It was hard for the students not to know them, to be able to pass through the campus array and land safely in the open space of the campus. No matter what, it couldn't be an enemy, right? And Lin and Su Xiaolan felt an extremely terrifying might envelop their bodies, as if they were being crushed by a giant mountain, making it difficult for them to breathe. A hint of shock appeared in the 4-legged whale's eyes as it stared at the approaching humanoid figure. Oh my God, so big. Is this a fish? Amazing. They're even closer to the whale than the teachers. F*CK, what's going on? I think I heard it scolding us for being useless. It spat at Lin, and Lin flared up with rage as he pointed at the massive whale before him. I'm telling you, Xiaoxian United University is under my protection. No matter who you are, don't even think about doing anything you want here. Some of the students couldn't help but let loose cries of surprise upon seeing the monster's appearance. Sword Immortal Ming Yuan's lips twitched upon being ignored, and he was just about to raise his sword to attack, but he refrained from doing so after thinking about it for a moment. After all, he knew that he was no match for this whale. It could be seen that this flexing spell technique would not target one's Dao partner. Instead, it would protect them. The soul formation stage teachers also flew within a kilometer of the whale before being enveloped by its terrifying aura, upon which they all fell from the sky. Countless students and teachers turned to look at the two people in the sky with either nervous or excited expressions on their faces. His disregard and contempt were displayed to the fullest, as if he was saying that the other party was a joke. Wah! Under the watchful eyes of all the students, the four of them crashed into the four-legged whale's black halo without any impediment. Wah! The four-legged whale monster suddenly let loose a low cry. Black ripples proliferated outward, sweeping up gale-force winds in a radius of over 50 kilometers. The invisible aura it exuded formed a substantial halo of light that encompassed an area of over 10 kilometers. Just as all the students were sighing in despair, a black brick suddenly flew toward them from the distance. All the teachers and students drew a sharp intake of breath upon seeing this. The sudden appearance of this black monster had alerted all the teachers and students in the university. The four-legged whale monster stared at the teachers and students, who were all immobilized by its aura with a mocking expression on its face. Sigh. Even the teachers can't do anything. What can we do? The four-legged whale monster looked at the approaching two people, and the mocking smile on its face finally faded as it stared intently at the two people flying through the air. However, with tens of thousands of students moving together, there were still quite a number of students who didn't hear the teacher's warning and kept approaching the strange creature. The most eye-catching of them all was naturally the handsome, white-robed Lin standing atop the black brick. It's got in senior student Shen Yuancheng, Su Xiaolan, and senior student Su Qianyin. All the students instantly identified the four of them. What a terrifying sense of pressure. Look! Senior student Lin and senior student Su Xiaolan are getting closer and closer to the whale monster. It wasn't time for class yet, so many of the teachers and students were very curious and began to approach the monster in order to investigate. And Lin was like a war god imbued with the might of heaven and earth as he slowly approached the four-legged whale monster. All the teachers and students had been unable to make it open its mouth to speak, but it finally opened its mouth because of Lin's words. Ahem, tui. Soon, Lin arrived before the four-legged whale monster with a curious expression on his face. Senior, may I ask why you're suddenly visiting Xiaoxian United University? Divine Might Technique. Wah. Teacher, please save me. Students, there's danger ahead. Please maintain a safe distance. A teacher was already trying to maintain order. TSK, this whale looks so disgusting when it smiles. And Lin couldn't help but grumble. Sword Immortal Ming Yuan stopped moving, but all the other teachers and students almost exploded with rage. Ha! You want to use your aura to make me stop? I and Lin have never been scared of anyone before. Student and Lin, Student Su Xiaolan, you two must be extremely careful. Don't provoke this ferocious beast of unknown origin. Earth Immortal Yu Ying warned as she saw the two of them fly past. Some of the students trembled as they cried for help after being enveloped by its aura. The four-legged whale monster turned its gaze toward the students charging toward it again, and a mocking expression appeared on its face, as if it were mocking the teachers and students for overestimating themselves. Our United University of Cultivation won't allow others to look down on us. Charge! Don't give in here. My God, this is blatant mockery. What a disgusting stare. Who's going to teach this monster a lesson? It's looking at us like we're stupid C** NTS. It's clearly calling us stupid C** NTS. As they drew closer and closer, the pressure they were under became more and more intense. It was as if they were facing a massive primordial beast, and even breathing was becoming extremely difficult. "Who are you? Why are you trespassing on Xiuxian United University?" Sword Immortal Mingyuan stepped through the air and hovered in midair as he glared at the four-legged whale monster. Countless students charged toward the four-legged whale monster, only to be swept away by its terrifying aura and collapse to the ground. Chapter 1209. Everyone was given a massive fright by this turn of events. Saliva was nothing more than a small droplet to a whale. However, in Lin's eyes, this was an extremely fearsome water bomb, and Lin's expression shifted drastically, and he instantly activated his fire god mode. His aura soared explosively as a huge flaming palm imbued with both divine flames and holy flames crashed toward the water bomb. The huge flaming palm and the water bomb clashed, upon which an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Bam! The saliva exploded into a cloud of mist and clouds, and the huge flaming palm was also extinguished by the saliva. Scorching heat waves swept forth in all directions, sweeping up gale-force winds. All of the students were dumbstruck as they looked on at the cloud of mist that had erupted from the collision. So this is a battle between powerful beings? Spell techniques that can change heaven and earth with just a wave of their hands. The heat waves swept forth toward all of the students, and some of them spread open their arms and closed their eyes to take deep breaths, as if they were experiencing the grand moment of a battle between powerful beings. Stupid C*NT. Why are you still inhaling the air with gusto? That's the four-legged whale's saliva. Some of the students yelled at the top of their lungs as they stared at some of their classmates in astonishment. Holy F***CK. Erg. Four-legged whale, I'm going to kill you. Erg. Sure enough, some of the students who were alerted to this were experiencing physiological discomfort. All of them had accidentally breathed in the mist, which meant that they had all inhaled the four-legged whale's saliva. How terrifying was that? Thus, another large group of students collapsed to the ground. All of the students who hadn't collapsed were staring at Lin with scorching excitement and nervousness in their eyes. I don't get the chance to witness God and's battle in person. I have to watch the entire battle. I can't fall yet. I have to fight with senior student and Lin until the end. Classmate and Lin, hurry up and teach that lawless whale a lesson. Many of the students struggled against the whale's aura as they looked up at the man standing atop the black brick, whose entire body had turned a dazzling crimson golden color. It's impolite not to reciprocate, and Lin pounced toward the four-legged whale in his fire god mode. His arm quickly swelled up as he incessantly used the power of flames to increase the strength of his arm. In that instant, his arm became as dazzling as the sun. 3 times, Qilin arm, fire god fist. Bang! He threw a punch at the four-legged whale. In that instant, his fist exploded like a miniature sun before crashing into the four-legged whale's head. The power exploded, and the golden and blazing waves squeezed and distorted the void. It was as if a round sun had been flattened, and the destructive power came crashing down. Rumble! With one punch, heaven and earth lit up. The four-legged whale let loose a faint cry, and even though it had released a black defensive liquid to protect its head, the immense power imbued within the fist was still enough to send its massive body flying back, and its 4 legs dug long trenches into the ground. The shock wave wreaked havoc, shaking the ground and uprooting the surrounding trees. Su Xiaolan and the dozen or so returned to Void Stage teachers had no choice but to release their spatial power to protect the students around them and form a spatial barrier to withstand the shockwaves. Holy shit, what a terrifying punch. Is classmate and Lin serious? I feel like I'd be reduced to ashes if I were to take that punch head-on. Hurry, evacuate the students. They'll be affected by the shockwaves of the battle. All of the return to Void Stage teachers conversed with one another. It was a rare sight to see Lin unleash his divine might. All of the students retreated with reluctance on their faces. Some of the female students already had stars in their eyes, and they had to be carried away by their teachers. The energy fluctuations gradually dissipated. This time, the four-legged whale's eyes were wide open, having clearly been stunned by Lin's punch. And Lin stared at the whale with a grave expression. Even though the four-legged whale had been knocked back by him, it remained completely unscathed. This was undoubtedly a Tao integration stage, mythological beast. "Who the hell are you?" And Lin asked again. It was quite clear that this uninvited guest bore no ill will toward the teachers and students. Otherwise, all of the teachers and students would have been dead before Lin had arrived. The four-legged whale cocked its head to the side before opening its sausage-like lips to speak. Cough! Tui! Another fearsome water bomb was imbued with terrifying power, and Lin's expression darkened upon seeing this water bomb, and he unleashed another flaming palm. Bam! The two spell techniques clashed, and a cloud of water vapor erupted into the air. Cough! Tui, tui, tui! The four-legged whale began to spit more saliva upon seeing this. Each and every mouthful of saliva was imbued with extremely terrifying power, and if they were to strike a mountain, they would be able to pulverize a mountain over 10,000 feet tall. And Lin's expression shifted drastically. "Can't we just talk? Why are you spitting saliva at everyone?" As he spoke, he could only use fire spell techniques to defend himself. All of the other teachers and students held their breaths, and some of them even unleashed spell techniques to keep the water vapor at bay. There was no helping it. The four-legged whale's saliva was flying through the air. Finally, the four-legged whale grew tired of spitting saliva. All of the teachers and students were already hurling abuse at the four-legged whale for its lack of manners. Huff, huff, huff! I'm about to die from suffocation. I want to throw up just thinking about all of the whale's saliva particles floating in the air. Ah, this accursed four-legged whale is poisonous. You have no sense of shame, and your mouth is full of filth. The four-legged whale's lips curled up into a mocking sneer in the face of all of the condemnation. All of the teachers and students were enraged upon seeing this, and some of the return to void stage teachers were already preparing to attack. However, the four-legged whale had already turned toward Lin with an appreciative expression on its face, and it even nodded slightly with its mountainous head. And Lin blinked with confusion. What was this supposed to mean? Was it expressing its appreciation for Lin to block its saliva attack? In the next instant, it opened its mouth again, and Lin, a huge bubble was spat out by the whale. There was an extremely dazzling golden text imprinted on the surface of the bubble. "Not bad, little brat. Are you a student of this university?" And Lin faltered slightly upon hearing this. A Tao integration stage mythological beast couldn't speak through a bubble? He was a little confused, but he still nodded in the end. "That's right. Hence, this university is under my protection. Don't even think about doing whatever you want here. Who the hell are you?" The four-legged whale's eyes curled into crescent moons again upon hearing this, and it chortled in an extremely sinister manner. Ha 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 ha! And Lin's lips twitched upon hearing this. Was there something wrong with this whale's head? The four-legged whale blew another bubble. "You're not bad. You're the most exceptional student I've ever seen. But this university is under my protection, not yours." The text on the bubble was extremely huge and shimmering, so everyone could see it. All of the teachers and students erupted into a frenzy upon seeing the text on the bubble. "Tui! What a shameless monster! How could it say something like that? Protect my A**s. Is pouring saliva into our mouths what it means by protect? Is this whale insane?" All of the teachers and students had extremely bad impressions of this four-legged whale, and some of them were already cursing at it. And Lin's heart jolted with shock upon seeing this. Could this four-legged whale be a mythological beast that protected the university? Every sect had their own mythological beast. The four-legged whale was a little ugly, but it was still a passable mythological beast. The four-legged whale blew another bubble. This time the golden text on the bubble again. Dear teachers and students, I am your principal, Wang Xinyu. Chapter 12:10. Dear teachers and students, I am your principal, Wang Xinyu. The shimmering golden words on the bubble were extremely eye-catching. Whoosh! Everyone suddenly fell silent. All of the teachers and students stared blankly at the shimmering golden words in the sky and fell into silence. Some of the teachers were so startled that they lost their balance on their flying swords and plummeted from the sky. Rather than calling this a shocking scene, it was more of a frightening one. This gigantic spitting whale with its sexy lips and 4 short legs, the whale that countless teachers and students despised and ridiculed, was claiming to be their principal? The mysterious principal that had never shown his face before. No, that's impossible. I refuse to accept this. How could my principal be a whale monster? And it's a spitting whale monster that forced us to eat its own saliva. Erg. Impossible. Erg. Countless teachers and students had a mental breakdown, and some of them realized something. Our principal is clearly a handsome man. I've seen him in the Hall of Fame, so how could he be a whale? That's right. How dare this shameless whale impersonate Principal Wang Xinyu? This is definitely a shameless prank. I've seen the principal 100 years ago. He was a graceful and refined gentleman, and he was indeed not like this. Many of the teachers and students became extremely agitated upon hearing this. They were unable to accept that the four-legged whale was their principal, and they listed a series of facts to refute the whale's claims. The whale pursed its lips in a very human-like manner before blowing another bubble. I am Wang Xinyu, and I've only become like this due to some special circumstances. Otherwise, why do you think I was able to safely descend upon this place without being obstructed by the school's spell formation? Shimmering golden words began to appear. However, the result was very tragic. No one believed the whale monster's words. All of a sudden, Vice Principal Yuhua arrived with the celestial darch in a white imperial robe beside him. Principal, I've summoned the celestial darch. He might have a way to treat you. Vice Principal Yuhua yelled before letting loose a cry of surprise. Holy F asterisk CK! Why are there so many people? The four-legged whale blew a bubble in resignation. I want to go back to school to take a look, but I'm too big and I've attracted a lot of curious onlookers. Vice Principal Yuhua was enlightened. I see. Haha, Wang Xinyu, you're finally back. The celestial darch also extended a warm greeting. Silence, deathly silence. The tens of thousands of teachers and students, including Enlin, felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They stared blankly at the whale monster before them as waves of shock surged in their hearts. It's him. It's really him. The four-legged whale's words couldn't be trusted, but the appearance of Vice Principal Yuhua and the celestial darch had completely overturned everything that the teachers and students knew. This four-legged whale really was Principal Wang Xinyu. Heavens, my principal is actually a whale monster. No, I don't believe it. My principal should be an extremely handsome immortal. Some of the students were already sitting on the ground in a daze. Some even felt that their illusions had been shattered and their hearts ached. It's over, it's really over. I just cursed at the principal. My career! The teachers also heaved forlorn sighs of despair. No matter how stubborn they were, they had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. And Lin's mind was also in a complete mess. He had speculated that the four-legged whale was the mythological beast protecting the school, but he was told that this was his F*** principal. However, that did explain why the four-legged whale had said that the school was under its protection instead of Enlin. It was because it was the principal. No, it was because it was the principal whale. Principal Wang, hurry up and conceal your aura. Don't scare these students and teachers. They still have to go to class later, Vice Principal Yu Hua urged. The four-legged whale blew a bubble. I was just giving them a small test just then, and I'm very pleased with the results. These students and teachers are all very spirited and have the courage to love and hate. All of the teachers and students blushed slightly upon hearing this. Dare to love and dare to hate was referring to going against the principal and scolding him? And Lin was also feeling a little awkward. Did he mean that he was going to unleash a Kirin arm on the principal? The four-legged whale blew another bubble. They've done a good job, so I've rewarded them with some divine liquid as a welcome gift. Everyone faltered slightly upon seeing the words on the bubble. Divine liquid? What divine liquid? Ah, no wonder I felt so warm all over, as if a ball of warm energy was clearing my meridians. So that's what it was. What was it? You might not believe me, but I just inhaled a mouthful of water vapor. Pfft. That means I did the same. I thought I was just imagining things, but I can now see that the effect of that energy clearing my meridians and strengthening my bones is becoming more and more pronounced. Could it be that the ball of water that the principal just blew out was actually divine liquid? All of the teachers and students were given a fright. Those who had held their breaths and tried to expel the water vapor all regretted their actions. All of the teachers and students who had accidentally inhaled the water vapor were ecstatic and elated, as if they had swallowed a spirit pill for free. Haha, long live the principal. I should have inhaled a few more mouthfuls. Erg. The water vapor really is quite effective. Soon, many of the students couldn't help but retch at the thought of the fact that the divine liquid was dispensed through saliva. It's all right. The ambergris of the dragon tribe is extremely precious, so isn't our principal's whale saliva precious as well? We should be grateful. Whale saliva. Is there such a thing? It's most likely the divine whale saliva. All of the teachers and students praised the principal with a mixture of gratitude and vomiting. Even the whale principal couldn't bear to watch this any longer, and he immediately blew out a bubble. There were a few large golden words on the bubble. It's getting late. Hurry up and go to class. The four-legged whale's aura was abruptly withdrawn as it spoke, and all of the teachers and students who had entered the range of the whale's aura felt as if they had regained their freedom. Thank you, Principal. Goodbye, Principal. All of the teachers and students bade farewell, some with sincerity, some with insincere sincerity. This principal's eccentricity had already exceeded their imaginations. Countless people had envisioned countless ways that the principal would appear. However, never would they have thought that the principal would appear in the form of a four-legged whale monster and spit at them as a greeting gift. Had the teachers and students recovered? No, they hadn't. They just didn't want to be rude in front of the principal. But there were actually countless mythological beasts stampeding through their hearts, and Lin also wanted to leave upon seeing this. At this moment, Wang Xinyu blew out another bubble. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, Xianyuancheng, Su Qianyan, please wait a moment. The principal has something to say to you. Vice Principal Yu Hua immediately spoke upon seeing the words on the bubble. Chapter 12:11. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, Xianyuancheng, and Su Qianyan all stopped in their tracks at the same time. All of them turned to look at Wang Xinyu. A smile appeared on Wang Xinyu's face as he blew another bubble. To be honest, you're all students of the soul formation stage or above. To be honest, I'm very surprised. The whale continued to blow bubbles. In particular, there's a return to void stage student among the four of them, as well as a soul formation stage student who's even more fearsome than a return to void stage student. And Lin and the others were all dumbstruck. Was the principal a genius? And Lin's bad *SS prowess and Su Xiaolan's supremely talented cultivation base were already well known to everyone. Wasn't it a little too late for the principal to be astonished now? Even though he was grumbling internally, he still had to maintain a smile on his face. And Lin joined his hands in a smile. You're far too kind, Principal Wang. The whale blew another bubble. You're all very exceptional. Would you be interested in becoming teachers at the school after you graduate? If you don't want to, I don't have to assign you any teaching assignments. I'll just give some lectures from time to time. And Lynn and the others were all dumbstruck again upon hearing this. So the principal had called them here to recruit teachers for the school. Vice Principal Yu Hua finally stepped forward. Principal Wang, don't think too much about it. And Lin is the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect. How could he possibly become a teacher at the school? The other 3 students also hold important positions in the 4-9 Immortal sect, so they probably wouldn't agree to this either. Wang Xinyu cocked his head to the side before blowing another bubble. For 9 Immortal sect? What kind of sect was that? Everyone was astonished once again. Principal Wang really was a genius. The 4-9 Immortal sect was so renowned that everyone in the kingdom of the 9 states knew about it. The celestial Dharch smiled. Mr. Wang Xinyu, don't think too much about it. The 4-9 Immortal sect is a top-rate immortal sect comparable to the 9 Imperials. And Lin and the other 3 students are the founders of the sect, so they won't become teachers at the school. Wang Xinyu finally understood, and his massive body shuddered violently. He stared at the 4 people before him with astonishment in his large, round eyes as he blew bubbles like crazy. Are these really students from the United University of Cultivation? Our teacher actually taught such outstanding students. Heavens, this is unbelievable. The celestial Dharch. Vice Principal Yu Hua's face darkened. Principal, please watch your words. And Lin and the others were astonished as well. It was one thing for the principal to be irresponsible, but he even ridiculed the teachers like this. He was simply a weirdo. Wang Xinyu, don't worry about that for now. Let's talk about you first. What's going on with you? The celestial Dharch massaged his brows. It's a long story. A forlorn look appeared in the 4-legged whale's eyes as it looked up into the sky. Everyone turned to look at the whale monster, only to see 2 streams of tears flowing from its eyes. From Lin's perspective, it looked like 2 rivers were falling from the sky. Tears flowed before he said anything. Sorrow flowed like a river. The celestial Dharch was given a fright upon seeing this. Mr. Wang Xinyu, please calm down. If the story is too sorrowful, you can keep it short. The 4-legged whale blew a sorrowful bubble. Then I'll keep it short. It continued to blow bubbles. When I was traveling around the world, I encountered the mythological beast Kuan Peng, and we got into a fight over some matters, and Lin instantly recalled the statue he had seen on the sun tree upon seeing this. At the time, he had received the Kuan Peng's blessing and core inheritance, Kuan Peng travel. The 4-legged whale continued to blow out bubbles sadly. The Kuan Peng mythical beast was actually not strong enough for me to defeat, but when it fled after being heavily wounded, it bit me and cast a spell on me called Kuan Peng transformation. Everyone's lips twitched as they stared speechlessly at the 4-legged whale. Kuan Peng transformation? What an adorable curse technique. Wang Xinyu's eyes were wide open as he continued to blow bubbles. This curse technique is very terrifying. It's a type of bloodline curse technique that will fuse into my bloodline and gradually transform my body into a Kuan Peng. This means that if I don't receive treatment in time, I'll become a fish. And Lin stroked his chin. Become a Kuan Peng? Isn't that a good thing? The bloodline of the mythological beast Kuan Peng is so bad *SS. I've picked up a treasure. Tui. The 4-legged whale immediately blasted a mouthful of saliva at Lin, and Lin's expression shifted drastically. There was no time to activate his fire god mode, so he immediately used his chaotic alloy brick as a shield. Boom! The water bomb exploded, and Lin was blasted flying for over 10 kilometers along with the brick. Su Xiaolan heaved a forlorn sigh. And Lin, can't you just keep your mouth shut? You still want to die in front of the principal, who only knows how to spit saliva. Tui. The 4-legged whale immediately blasted another mouthful of saliva at Su Xiaolan. The The saliva was like a terrifying water cannon, and Su Xiaolan's expression shifted drastically as she immediately unleashed her true dragon wall as a shield. At the same time, the holy vermilion flame enveloped her body as a pair of wings. Boom! The water bomb exploded and boundless power blasted Su Xiaolan back for over 10 kilometers. Vice Principal Yu Hua and the Celestial Arch, Su Qianyun and Xin Yuanqing, both fell silent with fear. Has classmate Xiaolan been infected by classmate Lin? She's asking for trouble right in front of the principal. Su Qianyun muttered in a quiet voice. This is definitely classmate and Lin's fault. Classmate Xiaolan was so adorable in the past. So why would her words be so hurtful? Xin Yuanqing also expressed his opinion. The four-legged whale blew a dejected bubble. I, Wang Xinyu, am truly envious of fish. I envied fish's freedom, and I envied fish's freedom. But when I'm about to transform into a fish, I realize that I'm just a man who likes dragons. Wang Xinyu shook his massive body as well as his short and thick legs as he heaved a forlorn sigh. I can't speak, I can't transform, and I'm slowly falling into the abyss of becoming a Kuan-peng. Who can understand my despair? Perhaps after I completely transform into a Kuan-peng, that Kuan-peng will come to me and force me to submit to it with a higher rank bloodline. This is not the life I want as a fish. Wang Xinyu expressed his heartfelt thoughts to everyone, and Lin and Su Xiaolan returned with sympathetic expressions on their faces. The celestial darch slit open the four-legged whale's skin and extracted a drop of blood. A divine light flashed through his eyes, and he paused momentarily before speaking. A bloodline curse unleashed by a mythological beast is indeed extremely powerful. Even you are unable to stop the curse from assimilating your bloodline, and I am unable to dispel it with brute force. An expression of disappointment appeared on Wang Xinyu's face. At this moment, the celestial darch extended 2 fingers. There are 2 ways to dispel this curse. The first is to destroy your own bloodline and cultivate the power of your own bloodline from scratch. Of course, this will cause your cultivation base to regress or even damage your Tao foundation. Wang Xinyu shook his head like a rattle drum. The celestial darch smiled. Then we'll use the second method. We'll find a mighty figure to refine a high-rank blood differentiation divine pill to completely remove the Kuan-peng bloodline that's trying to assimilate your body. Wang Xinyu faltered upon hearing this, and his eyes lit up before gradually dimming as he blew out bubbles. High-rank divine pills are so expensive. I don't have any money. His eyes suddenly lit up as he turned toward the celestial darch as he spoke. However, he didn't get a chance to blow out any bubbles. Ha ha ha. I suddenly remember that I still have some important matters to attend to during the heavenly peach banquet. I'll be taking my leave now, Mr. Wang Xinyu. The celestial darch tore open a spatial rift and disappeared on the spot as he spoke. The entire place suddenly became very quiet. Only a few gusts of cold wind blew past. Wang Xinyu turned toward Vice Principal Yu Hua. Vice Principal Yu Hua shuddered. Principal, you know what I'm capable of. Wang Xinyu turned toward Lin and the others with a pitiable expression. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, Xin Yuanqing, and Su Qianyun. Chapter 12:12. Principal, why are you looking at us like that? We're just ordinary students. And Lin's expression darkened. None of them were idiots, and they immediately realized what the principal was trying to do after seeing the celestial darch run away. The poor principal didn't have the money to hire pill refinement masters, so he was targeting his adorable students. The four-legged whale smiled and blew bubbles. You're not an ordinary student. You're the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect, a sect comparable to the 9 Imperials, so you must be very rich, right? And Lin, the four-legged whale, blew bubbles. I'll get straight to the point. I want to borrow money. Don't worry. I'll give you a very high interest rate, so I won't mistreat you. Furthermore, I won't be borrowing too much money. Then how much do you need, Principal? And Lin asked. If the principal really didn't need much money, then Lin could consider doing the principal a favor. The four-legged whale blue bubbles. High rank, blood, differentiation divine. Pills require around 300 million. I have 10 million right now, so you only need to lend me 290 million. And Lin, Su Xiaolan, Xian Yuancheng, and Su Qianyan. Oh, I think we have classes this morning, right? And Lin suddenly asked, That's right. We'll be late if we don't get there now. Su Xiaolan chimed in. Xian Yuancheng spoke with a solemn expression. As the class president, I have the responsibility to remind you that we're already skipping classes. This is a very serious situation. Su Qianyan spoke in her mellow voice. Then let's go. We don't want to be scolded by the teachers. Everyone hit it off and began to fly toward the classroom without looking back. The four-legged whale blew bubbles relentlessly to urge them to stay, but they didn't even look at the bubbles. All it could see were four determined, studious figures: Vice Principal Yu Hua, Wang Xinyu. Vice Principal Yu Hua sighed with emotion. How could we, as principals, keep such a passionate student? Vice Principal Yu Hua said. Wang Xinyu blew bubbles with a dejected expression. What should I do? Am I really going to become a fish? That won't happen. There's always a way out. We'll think of another way. Vice Principal Yu Hua comforted him gently. Wang Xinyu looked at Celestial Immortal Yu Hua with a loving expression. He blew bubbles from his mouth and said, I'm so sad. I really want to cry. In this cold and emotionless world, only you, Yu Hua, can give me a hint of warmth. Let's go borrow some money together. Vice Principal Yu Hua and Lin and the other three returned to the classroom. One of their biggest regrets in school was finally gone. They saw the mysterious principal who had never shown his face. There were no more regrets. But to be honest, he wasn't very satisfied. Instead, he felt rather complicated. This principal always felt that the handsome and elegant man in her imagination was more comfortable and beautiful. Sometimes beauty without regrets was better than having one's imagination shattered. And Lin and Su Xiaolan sat in the classroom, and they were still in a daze. As for the rest of the students, some of them had even started to daydream about something. They were most likely feeling the same way as in Lin and the others. And Lin, why do you think our principal was able to become the principal? Su Xiaolan rested her chin on her hand and looked at the lectern with her bright eyes as she conversed with the man beside her. And Lin knew what Su Xiaolan was confused about. A principal who liked to spit saliva, spit bubbles when he spoke, and wouldn't even let his students off the hook when he borrowed money. This was a far cry from the handsome and steady image that they had imagined. Perhaps his personality has changed due to the effects of the bloodline curse. When the principal finds a way to revert back to his handsome self, everything will get better, and Lin comforted. Su Xiaolan pouted and didn't respond. The Heavenly Peach Banquet is about to take place, so our sect should prepare a gift for the Celestial Court, and Lin suddenly said after a moment of thought. Even though the Celestial Court doesn't rely on the Heavenly Peach Banquet to earn money, we still have to prepare a proper gift. Su Xiaolan nodded in agreement. Our sect is still repairing battleships, so we don't even have 10 million RMB in circulation. We're extremely poor. As for spirit pills and spirit tools, we don't have much to give to our disciples. So what should we give them? And Lin wore a concerned expression. Su Xiaolan raised an eyebrow with a faint smile. How about we give them a top-notch dish? I don't think the Celestial Darch and Celestial Empress have tasted our frying pan dishes. And Lin's eyes lit up, and he clapped his hands together. Xiaolan, you know me so well. This is the kind of gift that saves money and expresses my sincerity. In the southeastern region of the Kingdom of the Nine States at the Dark Mine, a group of strangely dressed experts of all shapes and sizes were searching for something nearby. They were extremely powerful, and there were 55 of them, 5 of which were soul formation stage powerful beings, while the other 50 were spirit nurturing stage powerful beings. The Dark-Winged Tribe and Vermilion Bird Tribe were responsible for aerial reconnaissance. The Snake Spirit Clan and Stone Tribe were looking for clues on the ground. The Spirit Fish Clan and Heavenly Turtle Tribe were responsible for divination and guidance on the ground. And the Holy Martial Clan and True Demon Tribe were wielding sharp weapons with killing intent radiating from their bodies. The humans even took out some strange weapons and were on high alert for the situation around them. The Dragon Tribe, powerful beings hummed and grunted as they followed the powerful beings around. Howl! At this moment, an enraged roar erupted from nearby. A lizard dragon mutant beast constructed from inky black or crystals suddenly appeared, and its powerful soul formation final stage aura erupted forth as countless lightning crystals hovered in the air. This was its domain. The Mind Guardian Beast has appeared, so the Dark Essence Mine should be nearby. The Dark-Winged Tribe Soul Formation stage, powerful beings spoke with excitement. We finally have a chance to complete our mission. Get into formation. 5 Soul Formation stage, powerful beings, and 50 Spirit Nurturing stage, powerful beings, instantly got into formation. At this moment, countless lightning crystals were already whistling through the air toward these outsiders. Shield up! All of the living beings spoke in unison with indifferent expressions. The Spirit Fish Clan and Heavenly Turtle Tribe instantly combined to form a water barrier turtle shield. Boom, boom, boom! The lightning crystals exploded upon colliding with the water barrier turtle shield, but the shield remained completely unscathed. The Mind Crystal Lizard Dragon's expression shifted, and it spread its wings in preparation to continue its attack. Demonic God Slaying Spear! A soul formation stage True Demon Tribe powerful being roared. 10 True Demon Tribe powerful beings converged their demonic powers at the same time to materialize inky black demonic spears. The Holy Martial Clan powerful beings channeled the power of sharpness. The Dragon Tribe powerful beings channeled the power of lightning. All of a sudden, the demonic spears were so powerful that even the space around them began to tremor. Go! Whoosh! The demonic spears tore through the air like bolts of lightning before stabbing into the Mind Crystal Lizard Dragon's chest. A sharp, ripping sound erupted, and the Mind Crystal Lizard Dragon let loose a blood-curdling cry as the spears punctured its body, upon which destructive energy exploded forth. Boom! The Soul Formation Final Stage Mind Crystal Lizard Dragon had been insta-killed. A powerful human connected a voice transmission talisman. Spokesperson by Ling, the second team of the Divine Mirror Enforcement Team has slain the Mind Guardian Beast and is preparing to search for the Dark Essence Mine. A capable female voice sounded from the other side of the voice transmission talisman. Very good. I look forward to your mission. That's right, this was a team with perfect teamwork. They were members of the Divine Mirror Enforcement Team of the 4-9 Immortal Sect. They were currently searching for a core material required to modify the Starfire battleship, the Dark Essence Mine. With it, they would be able to control the battleship even without mastering the power of the Divine Tao. I can smell treasure. The cave is over there. A Dragon Tribe powerful being who is extremely sensitive to treasures flew toward a certain cave. The rest of the team immediately followed behind him. After entering the cave, they were greeted by the sight of an inky black boulder. There was nothing above the boulder aside from an indistinct layer of black crystalline light, as if it had been severed by some kind of power. The Dragon Tribe powerful being's expression shifted drastically. Crap! Someone beat us to it. Who was it? The True Demon Tribe powerful being flared up with rage. A Snake Spirit Clan female stuck out her tongue before suddenly flying out of the cave. The enemy hasn't gotten far. Come with me. Chapter 12:13. Within the Dark Mine mountain range, a lithe figure was quickly traversing through the forest. He was extremely fast, and all the obstacles in front of him became his stepping stones. He was even faster than flying through the sky. Huang Fuan was an itinerant cultivator from the Heavenly River State. He was originally an abandoned son of a family, and everyone looked down on him. However, due to a series of coincidences, he obtained an old man whose consciousness resided in a black bead. The old man recognized his dark root. As long as he could adjust the dark energy within his body, his cultivation base would improve by leaps and bounds. From then on, he would be able to flex and slap people in the face as he pleased. A rather handsome man tossed the black crystal in his hand and said with a smug smile, "With this netherworld essence, or my netherworld divine, art will be able to reach the phenomenal success stage. At that time, Yen Meng will no longer be my match." At this moment, a white-haired old man with a refined appearance floated out from the black bead. "Huang Fuin, don't be arrogant and complacent when cultivating. Your aptitude is not bad, but don't underestimate your enemies. Only with a humble and unyielding heart will you be able to ascend to the great Tao." Huang Fuin's expression was still as carefree as ever. "All right, Elder Ming, I know that my cultivation base is only at the soul formation intermediate stage right now, so it's nothing much. Once I reach the return to void stage, I'll definitely help you recover your physical body." A gratified smile appeared on Elder Ming's face. The handsome man stroked the dark essence with an elated smile on his face. "I was initially a little helpless against that soul formation pinnacle stage or crystal lizard dragon. But who would have thought that another group of people would suddenly appear? It feels really good to be able to reap the benefits of a third party. They're not simple. Let's hurry up and run after taking advantage of them," Elder Ming said lightly. Even though he said that, he didn't care at all. An enraged roar suddenly sounded in the sky. "Roar! Thief! Hand over the dark essence, and I'll spare your life." A soul formation stage, horned dragon, flew through the sky. There were also a few humans on its head, and they all held strange instruments in their hands. That's right, the dark essence, is in his hands. One powerful being after another appeared in the distance and chased after Huang Fuin relentlessly. "Oi, that dark essence was clearly formed from a mine and has no owner. How can you say it belongs to you? This is daylight robbery," Huang Fuin yelled. These words infuriated the group of experts. "I was in charge of fighting the boss, but you stole the boss's treasure and now you're slandering us for robbing? What a joke!" "Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite." The dragon in the sky roared. Bolts of lightning began to fall. Huang Fu Xiuhua used his agile movement techniques to evade the oncoming attacks. He stowed the dark essence into his storage ring with a dark expression on his face. Who would have thought that they would be able to track my aura? Looks like this isn't going to end well. At that moment, the 5 experts in the divine transformation realm who had arrived first launched an attack on him. Huang Fuin dodged the attacks with great difficulty. "Put down the nether essence, and we can let you go." The giant dragon's voice was like thunder. "You forced my hand. Don't blame me for being ruthless," Huang Fuin roared. His body transformed into a black shadow as he pounced toward the giant dragon in the sky. What? The giant dragon did not expect the other party to be able to counterattack and began to dodge in panic. However, once Huang Fuin decided to attack, he would go all out. His might was as swift as lightning. Die! The power of the dark root completely erupted. At the same time, his hands were like sabers that contained a terrifying saber intent. Although Huang Fuin had only recently advanced to the soul formation intermediate stage, the power he could unleash for a short period of time was comparable to that of a soul formation final stage cultivator. A pitch-black saber projection flashed past, and the soul formation stage giant dragon was sliced in half. Hell! The giant dragon let out an anguished wail before crashing into the ground, lifeless. Brother Su Li, the Dark Wing, tribe powerful, being flared up in rage. They only wanted to take back the dark essence, but they did not expect their opponent to kill them. "Anyone who dares to stand in my way shall die." Huang Fuin stood majestically in the sky as he spoke arrogantly. At this moment, the other Divine Mirror Enforcement Team, powerful beings, had already caught up. Those who dare to kill members of the 4-9 Immortal sect will not be forgiven, the Darkwing, tribe powerful being, said coldly. For 9 Immortal sect? The expressions of Huang Fuin and Elder Ming within the black bead both shifted. After a moment, Huang Fuin calmed down and sneered. So what if you're from the 4-9 Immortal sect? I, Huang Fuin, will never submit to any power. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Get into formation, the Divine Mirror Enforcement Team roared. The battle erupted in an instant. The explosions of spell techniques razed the ground within a radius of 5 kilometers to the ground. The spell formation formed by the Spirit Nurturing Stage and Soul Formation Stage powerful beings was powerful enough to insta-kill a Soul Formation Final Stage Cultivator. No matter how powerful Huang Fuin was, he would not be able to withstand it. Soon, Huang Fuin collapsed to the ground with disheveled hair. Elder Ming, he yelled. Suddenly, the white-haired old man flew out and entered Huang Fuin's body. Boom! An extremely terrifying aura began to emanate from his body. Huang Fuin's aura climbed steadily. Soul Formation Pinnacle Stage. Return to Void Stage. Return to Void Initial Stage. The expressions of the powerful beings of the Divine Mirror Enforcement Team all changed drastically. A heavenly turtle tribe powerful being immediately sent a distress signal to the 4-9 Immortal sect. Huang Fuin had already stood up again, and he glowered at the Divine Mirror Enforcement Team members before him. How dare you force me to expend Elder Ming's power again? All of you deserve to die. 4-9 Immortal sect. I, Huang Fuin, will remember this. I swear that I will raze your sect to the ground in the future. The expressions of all the Divine Mirror Enforcement Team members changed drastically. A female couldn't help but let loose a cry of surprise. Is this B****** insane? Die! Huang Fuin exploded with rage. The Divine Mirror Enforcement Team formed another demonic god-slaying spear and stabbed it toward Huang Fuin. Huang Fuin's expression remained unchanged, and a large ball of dark energy surged out from his body. The divine spear, which was powerful enough to insta-kill a Soul Formation Final Stage Cultivator, was instantly engulfed and disintegrated by the dark energy. All of you die! Huang Fuin spread his hands open, and a black, dark energy instantly proliferated outward, enveloping an area of over a kilometer in radius and engulfing all the members of the Divine Mirror Enforcement Team. After a few seconds, only one man remained standing in midair. That was Huang Fuin. All the other living beings had been engulfed by the dark energy. He stood in midair and raised his proud and unyielding head. Who cares about the 4-9 Immortal sect? In the vast heavens and the vast galaxy, I will ascend to the pinnacle. Xiaoxian United University. And Lin listened to Earth Immortal Tsangqing's spittle flying as he lectured on the usage of spell techniques in battle. His voice transmission talisman suddenly lit up. Hello, Big Sister Bai. Why did you suddenly call me? Did you miss me? And Lin asked with a smile. Shut up! I have something important to tell you, Bai Ling snapped. What is it? And Lin asked nervously. The second team of the Divine Mirror Enforcement Team was harvesting the dark essence, or when the crystal was stolen. They were all killed by the enemy during the pursuit, Bai Ling replied. And Lin. Chapter 1214. To be able to annihilate the second team of the Divine Mirror Enforcement Department, the culprit must at least be a return to Void Stage mighty figure, right? And Lin was a little angry. A mighty return to Void Stage mighty figure stole the dark essence, or... And he even killed all the members of the Divine Mirror Enforcement Department. Bai Ling replied in a cold voice, I don't know what the culprit is thinking. However, I'm guessing that the culprit isn't a return to Void Stage mighty figure. However, he's able to use some sort of mystic technique to forcibly raise his power level. "Can you trace the culprit?" And Lin asked coldly. One of the enforcement department members used a nano-level tracking device on the culprit before he died. "Currently, we've found out that the culprit has already moved to the Thunder State," Bai Ling replied. And Lin took a deep breath. "No wonder you're telling me this. Isn't the Thunder State right below me? All right, I'll accept this mission." The Thunder State was located at the center of the Kingdom of the Nine States, and the Celestial Court was floating in the air above the Thunder State. Bai Ling's tone became a lot more relaxed. Although the nano-level tracking device is extremely stealthy and can send signals without anyone noticing, it still has its flaws. For example, its accuracy isn't very high. I only know that he went to the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion in the Thunder State, but I can't pinpoint a specific life form. You'll have to go and find him yourself. If you can make a trip there and find the culprit, I won't send any other return to Void Stage Mighty Figures, and Lin nodded. "Don't worry, leave it to me." There was no time to lose. After ending the voice transmission, he immediately unleashed a concealment technique and disappeared right in front of the teachers and students. He then flew out the window. Ditching class openly was too conspicuous, so he was more inclined to leave quietly. The Celestial Court wasn't far from the extreme Emperor City, so sword kinesis flight was faster than teleportation spell formations. And Lin leaped down from the edge of the continent and flew through the pristine white clouds in free fall. A black brick grew bigger and bigger, eventually becoming a huge brick that was 3 meters long. Just like that, the man stepped on the brick and majestically flew towards Thunder State. The Extreme Monarch City was the second largest city in Thunder Prefecture, second only to the main city of the Flying Gold royal family. It occupied a vast area, and the densely packed buildings stretched as far as the eye could see. It was also the largest trading center of the Thunder Province. Many cultivators and creatures from all over the continent were active here, selling some goods. The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion of the Huangji City. I remember that they often auction good things there, right? Don't tell me that person wants to auction off the Dark Essence or... And Lin analyzed angrily. He had concealed his aura and altered his appearance slightly so no one would be able to detect his true cultivation base unless they were at the Dao integration stage. An extremely majestic building that was over 1,000 feet tall appeared in front of him. "Stop right there. Now that the auction has begun, no one is allowed to enter." 2 guards with powerful auras crossed their swords and blocked Lin's path. And Lin blinked his eyes and retreated quietly. In the next moment, he used the divine creation liquid art to conceal himself. "Huh, you want to stop me with this?" And Lin swaggered toward the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. A white light flashed in his eyes, and a huge spell formation appeared before him. However, with a flick of his finger, a circular flaw was soundlessly torn apart. He entered through the flaw in the spell formation and passed through the door. There was a hubbub of voices inside the door, and it seemed like the auction had reached its climax. Holy sh*T, so many people. How are we supposed to tell who the enemy is? And Lin was instantly dumbfounded when he saw that close to 1,000 people had gathered together to auction. Forget it, I'll just wait and see. I'll slowly observe, and I'll eventually find some clues. The auction hall was divided into 3 different types of seats: heaven, earth, and human. The other party had done something bad and auctioned off the dark essence, so they would definitely keep a low profile. Perhaps they were just sitting in the ordinary seats. With this thought in mind, Lin turned his gaze toward the human seats. At this moment, in the heavenly auction hall, Huang Fuin was sitting upright in his chair, sipping his tea in small mouthfuls. He looked at the other heavenly auction hall cultivators with hostility in his eyes. Then he started exchanging meaningful glances with the beautiful auctioneer, competing with one's opponents for treasures, setting up traps for others, flirting with the beautiful auctioneer, and even going one step further, This was the true meaning of participating in an auction. Huang Fuwen sipped his tea as he gazed at the auction stage. The final auction item is the immortal rank treasure, the dark snow heavenly ice root. It's the primary catalyst for me to absorb the dark essence, or its energy. I must obtain it. If I can completely absorb the dark essence or its energy, I'll definitely be able to reach the soul formation pinnacle stage. When that happens, even if the sect leader of the 4-9 Immortal sect comes, I'll still be able to put up a fight with you, Elder Ming. Huang Fuwen's black bead flashed, and the elderly man's voice sounded. Don't underestimate your opponent. Your aptitude is extraordinarily high, and you're willing to fight. Even though you'll defeat Enlin sooner or later, now is not the time. Keep a low profile. Huang Fuwen clenched his fists. The 4-9 Immortal sect forced you to expend your divine sense, Elder Ming. Your divine sense has been severely injured. I'll definitely avenge you. At this moment, Enlin was still searching for clues about the enemy, and his heart was filled with astonishment. The enemy's disguise was too good. All of the cultivators in the human tier seats felt extremely ordinary and ordinary. To be able to keep a low profile and disguise as an ordinary cultivator without any flaws. As expected, this is an extremely challenging enemy, and Lin couldn't help but sigh in admiration. After that, the auction continued. The mysterious enemy still didn't reveal anything. However, the cultivators in the heaven tier seats were 2F** king cocky. They were shouting bids at each other, and the bidding was in full swing. In particular, there was a male cultivator named Huang Fuwen. Every time he raised the bid and swindled the other heaven tier bidders, a wild and unruly smile would appear on his face, and Lin almost wanted to rush over and beat him up. Swindling others is still reasonable. What's with that smug smile? However, in order to find the enemy lying in ambush, and Lin resisted the urge to rush over and beat him up. Next, we will be auctioning a mysterious item. It's a mysterious black piece of wood that our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's pavilion master obtained from an antique market. Its composition and origin are unknown, but it possesses extremely powerful energy fluctuations. It's at least an immortal rank item, so the starting bid is 500,000 spirit stones. The beautiful auctioneer announced with a smile. Another wave of astonishment erupted in the auction hall when the starting bid was announced. Huang Fuwen looked at the mysterious piece of wood with a hint of disinterest. However, at this moment, Elder Ming's voice suddenly sounded. Heavens, this is the bone marrow essence of a Tao integration stage true dragon. It's a divine rank material. With it, I can forge a powerful weapon for you. You must obtain it. Huang Fuwen's eyes lit up. This bone marrow essence was something he, Huang Fuwen, was determined to obtain. This was the benefit of having a grandpa by his side. Nothing good could escape his discerning eyes. At this moment, a white glow also flashed across Enlin's eyes. There was nothing that could escape his divine inspection technique's appraisal. A string of information began to appear. Bone marrow essence. Bone marrow essence of the primordial dragon tribes, Tao integration stage true dragon, Yi Tsuntian. Superb tool refinement and pill refinement material. Has a certain chance of allowing one to comprehend the true intent of a Tao integration stage true dragon, divine rank material. And Lin couldn't help but burst into laughter. Mysterious black piece of wood. This was clearly a bone. Ignorant people, he was determined to obtain this bone. Chapter 1215. And Lin found a corner and slowly revealed himself. Strangely enough, none of the people around him noticed this. It was as if he were just an ordinary cultivator with no presence at all. Then let the auction begin, the MC shouted. As soon as she finished speaking, an Earth-class cultivator called out 600,000 spirit stones. Immediately after, even the human-class cultivator called out, raising the price to 650,000 spirit stones. The cultivators continued to raise the price, but neither Lin nor Huang Fuan spoke. The price slowly increased, and before they knew it, it had already reached 1,000,000 spirit stones. At this time, very few people called out bids. 1,000,000 spirit stones was already the limit of what most cultivators could afford for a mysterious immortal rank item. If they continued to raise the price, it would not be worth it. 1,100,000. And Lin finally spoke. The moment he spoke, he attracted countless gazes. There were even a few gasps of surprise mixed in. There was no other reason than he was a human-class cultivator. Cultivators of this level, almost no one dared to bid above 1,000,000 spirit stones. Who is this person? I don't know. He hasn't made a sound before. He looks quite ordinary. I didn't expect him to be so rich. Many cultivators in the auction hall secretly discussed among themselves. 1,200,000. At this time, a voice suddenly sounded from the heaven class. Everyone instantly turned their gazes to the sky. The person who called out the bid was none other than the azure-robed Huang Fuan. And Lin also glanced at Huang Fuan and cursed in his heart. It's this bastard who likes to raise the price again. He's King Poisonous. He had no choice but to continue bidding. 1,300,000. The cultivators all exclaimed in surprise again. Heavens! This unknown cultivator actually dares to compete with a heaven-class cultivator? Is he crazy? That person seems to be called Huang Fuan. He's an extremely powerful cultivator who recently rose to power in the Heavenly River State. It's said that he and the second princess of the Flaming River imperial family, Yanmeng, have an arranged battle. This is a child of destiny. That human-class cultivator really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Isn't he afraid of being killed by this person's halo? As expected, Huang Fuan's expression completely darkened. None of the cultivators present recognized that item. How could that cultivator recognize it? Impossible. He's clearly making things difficult for me. Huang Fuan. 1,500,000 spirit stones. Huang Fuan continued to bid. Now his bid had exceeded the starting price by 1,000,000 spirit stones. Even the auctioneer's expression changed when she saw this. Logically speaking, an immortal-ranked mysterious item was not worth such a high price. Could it be that these two cultivators knew something? Some of the cultivators began to stir. 6,000,000 spirit stones. And Lin continued to shout. Huang Fuan glowered at Lin and growled like a wild beast. Fellow Taoist, you're playing with fire. And Lin rolled his eyes and snappily said, Price-raising demon, I really have my eyes on this piece of wood. No one can take it away from me. Be careful not to raise the price too high, or you won't have enough money to buy it. Huang Fuan was so angry that his body trembled. He gritted his teeth and yelled, 1,800,000 spirit stones. And Lin raised his hand indifferently. 2,000,000 spirit stones. The cultivators in the auction hall all sucked in a breath of cold air. Did this amount of money just fall from the sky? These two were actually fighting to such an extent for an immortal-ranked material? Huang Fuan was just about to raise his hand to bid when the black bead suddenly flashed. Elder Ming's voice traveled over. Stop fighting. Don't forget why we're here at the auction hall. Don't run out of money to bid for that item. Huang Fuan took a deep breath and glared at Lin angrily. Finally, he slowly lowered his hand. Going once, going twice, going thrice sold. The auctioneer officially announced that Lin had become the owner of that mysterious item. A victorious expression appeared on Lin's face. The bone marrow of the Tao integration stage true dragon, Yi Tsuntian, was a divine rank material. Let alone 2,000,000 spirit stones, even 20,000,000 spirit stones would be worth fighting over. Huang Fuan's expression darkened. He glanced at Lin and thought to himself, I'll let you be smug for a while. What's mine will be mine. No one can take it away from me. He was determined to obtain the bone marrow of the Tao integration stage true dragon. At this moment, a beautiful female cultivator walked toward Enlin. There was a faint smile on her face. "Hello! The amount of money involved in your auction is quite large. May I ask if you can show us your assets? The Heavenly Treasure Pavilion needs to conduct further verification." Many cultivators started to look toward Enlin. Their faces were filled with schadenfreude. Huang Fuin also became excited, and he looked at Enlin with a burning gaze. If Enlin was the type of person who maliciously raised the price and didn't have enough assets, then he wouldn't even know how he died in the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. And Lin wasn't surprised, nor did he mind. He opened his storage ring and said calmly, "Take a look for yourself." The beautiful female cultivator cast her consciousness into Enlin's storage ring. Then she was blinded by Enlin's mountain of spirit stones. "Oh my God!" The female cultivator stumbled a few steps back in shock. At the same time, she looked at Enlin with reverence. She hurriedly lowered her head and said, "I'm sorry, fellow cultivator. I've offended you before. Please accept my apologies." The gloating cultivators in the auction hall were all dumbfounded. What the F***ck did her attitude change so quickly? This was too real. Huang Fuin's heart was in turmoil. He also looked at Enlin in shock. He knew why the female cultivator's attitude had changed so much. It was all because of the shocking wealth of this human-ranked cultivator. He's so rich, yet he's willing to sit in the human-ranked seats. Is this guy better at pretending to be weak than me? He ignored the changes in the expressions of the cultivators in the auction hall. And Lin merely waved his hand and said calmly, "It's all right. Leave after you're done looking." Yes. The female cultivator nodded obediently and left. Although Enlin had already given 100 million to Chang, there were still 55 million spirit stones in his storage ring. He had never seen a return to void stage mighty figure with this kind of wealth. It was no wonder that the female cultivator's attitude had changed so drastically. She simply couldn't afford to offend him. The auction continued. Huang Fuin didn't participate in the auction. He seemed to be waiting for something. Soon, the last item, the profound snow heavenly ice root, began to be auctioned. The starting price was 1,500,000 spirit stones. This was an extremely precious medicinal ingredient. Its value was even higher than that of many high-rank immortal pills. Even so, there was still an endless stream of people bidding for it. The heaven-ranked cultivators were extremely fanatical about it, and they increased the price without any hesitation. And Lin's eyes wandered over the group of cultivators, trying to find a weakness in their defenses. The dark essence or hadn't been auctioned, which meant that the other party wasn't here to sell something. Instead, they were here to buy something. This meant that there was a very high probability that the other party was among the cultivators who had won the auction.